Part 2, Mother India, Chapter 1. As I walked deeper and deeper into the Indian countryside, the feeling that I had finally arrived overwhelmed me. Evening was falling. In my heart, I embraced every leaf in the trees, every star in the sky, and every plant in the fields. Everything was thrillingly new, yet profoundly familiar. As the twilight faded, a deep stillness covered green fields that stretched out into the distant horizon. Birds warbled, and frogs and crickets chirped. I knew that on my own I could never have survived my arduous journey to this point. By the grace of God, I had come home. I walked some time before flagging down a car. The driver greeted me warmly and conveyed me to Firozpur, a town in the Punjab state of North India. After a pleasant discussion, we arrived at the railway station where he offered me passage to Old Delhi. In the course of my entire journey, I had never traveled on a train, always hitchhiking or riding on the backs of trucks, in poor people's buses, once on a camel, and on overcrowded ferries. Now a railway passage was being offered. How could I refuse? Looking forward to a restful trip, I walked along the platform with my new friend. Up and down the platform, vendors wheeled carts filled with full meals, snacks, fruits, biscuits, souvenirs, magazines, medicines, tea, and clothes. Food I had never seen before was being cooked right on the carts. Someone was deep-frying vegetables dipped in a thick yellow batter in a vat of hot oil. On another cart, flat dough was tossed into smoking hot oil, instantly expanding like a balloon. Nearby, a wood fire burned under an iron wok filled with sand. The cook stirred, roasting peanuts. The smell of pungent spices, fried in cooking oils, mixed with the scents of diesel fumes and incense. Hundreds of people conversed noisily as they waited for the next train. Many families picnic along the railway tracks. Porters balanced heavy trunks on the top of their heads with only a small piece of red cloth separating their skulls from the heavy baggage. Beggars pleaded for charity, displaying their deformities. Some were blind or lame. Some had missing arms or legs, burnt faces, or mangled limbs. One man suffering leprosy put his rotting fingers in people's faces, begging. Mothers in rags carried babies whose eyes oozed with pus and were swarmed by flies. Each of these unfortunates moved from person to person. Overhead, the speaker system crackled non-stop announcements. Underfoot, human spit dotted the platform. In spite of the clamor and hubbub, dozens of people peacefully slept on the ground amid it all. When the announcer blared the arrival of our train, all passengers suddenly rose to their feet. The whistle blew. Black smoke poured from the engine's chimney and steam hissed. As the locomotive approached the platform, hundreds of people suddenly began running full speed along the moving train. My host also ran as fast as he could. "Follow me," he yelled. All at once, when the train slowed to a reasonable speed, everyone began diving in the windows. My friend, while sprinting, tossed his bag in through a window and leaped in behind it. I was running as fast as I could. He screamed at me from inside the train, "Jump now, before it's too late." Diving into the window of a moving train looked incredibly dangerous, but everyone was doing it. Finally, after a few cars had passed, I took my leap, grabbing onto the ledge of a window, but I was losing my grip. Looking down, I shrieked. The huge steel wheels rolled steadily under the track below me. I felt so frail. Struggling and confused, I somehow pulled myself up and squeezed through the window and onto the moving train. Within seconds, 2 others squeezed in through the same window behind me. Inside the moving train, I looked around to see people diving and crawling in through every window. By the time the train had come to a halt, every compartment was so jam-packed that no one else could possibly squeeze in. There was no question of a seat. On the wall, a sign read, "Maximum 60 passengers." I couldn't count, but there were perhaps 200 people crammed in all around me. There was no possibility of a conductor even attempting to check for tickets. My host had dived into another compartment several cars ahead of mine, and I never saw him again. Everyone rode for free. This was often the system, I later learned, for third-class compartments in the Indian railways. There was a price to pay, but not in rupees. Inside the train, the crowd pushed and shoved, yet everybody appeared surprisingly peaceful. This was, after all, their routine mode of travel. As the train stormed ahead, people were still hanging partially outside, yet they seemed quite composed. Looking up to the ceiling, I saw metal bars used for baggage storage. Instead of bags, dozens of people had crushed themselves on the racks. I spotted an empty space of about 3 feet and climbed up. Somehow, by tightly curling my body, I, too, squeezed in with the rest. From the shelter of a baggage rack, I looked down at the densely packed crowd and felt as if I were riding in luxury. I was thrilled to be in India. That old steam engine hissed and whistled through the night until in the first gray light of the morning, it pulled into the station of Old Delhi. Not knowing where to go, I disembarked and walked aimlessly along the railway platform. Suddenly, somebody called out my name. "Monk, monk!" "I can't believe it's you!" I turned around to find 2 Frenchmen I had met in Switzerland. We had discussed the Tibetan Book of the Dead on the shores of Lake Geneva. After a joyful reunion, they invited me to shower and rest at their place. By rickshaw, we arrived at a low-budget traveler's haven, the New Crown Hotel. I took a shower and then rested on a veranda floor until a long, furry tail wagged against my face and interrupted my sleep. I opened my eyes only to see a brown monkey sitting at my side. His green eyes stared at me from his pink face. I looked back. Never had I imagined that wild monkeys could roam freely in a crowded metropolitan city. 20 or 30 more jumped from rooftop to rooftop, playing or scouting for food. Down below, shopkeepers were just opening, and they used sticks to scare the pests away. My stay with the Frenchmen was brief, since they were leaving for Nepal. Saying goodbye, I left the New Crown Hotel behind and stepped into the street. Excitement filled me. What would unfold next in my spiritual quest? I was just turning 20, and Mother India, My cherished destination was now spread out before me. Coming out of the hotel, I found myself in Chandni Chowk, a crowded bazaar. The street was lined with endless shops. Music blared, incense burned, and monkeys frolicked. I saw brightly colored saris, turbans, and decorations in all directions. Children played with their cricket bats while cows strolled gracefully by. After spending months in the grave and stoic culture of the Middle East, I found this atmosphere to be a celebration of life. I walked through the crowded street, observing and absorbing everything I could. Suddenly, a man blocked my path, greeting me with a barrage of questions. What is your name? From what country have you come? What are your educational qualifications? What is your purpose for coming to India? How do you like my country? We walked together as he listened to my answers. Would you like a refreshment? He asked. Please, I replied, excited. He led me out of the bustling street into an empty stall where a bare-chested man with only a skimpy cloth wrapped around his waist took the order. Flicking aside the homemade cigarette he was smoking, the shopkeeper picked up a block of some resin and rubbed it against a stone slab until it became a pale green paste. With his index finger, he then scraped the paste into an iron vessel and mixed it with water, shaking it vigorously. Pouring the preparation into a glass, he tossed in some powdered spices, stirred it with a spoon, and slammed it down on a table. I looked to my host, who was wearing a peculiar smile. Drink this, he said. It is a natural beverage, non-alcoholic, and very healthy. Not having had food or drink for over a day, I drained the cup. Would you like another glass? He inquired. I gratefully accepted a second glass of the green concoction, and then a third and a fourth. Its astringent taste was unrecognizable. What is it called? I inquired. Still smiling, he replied, Bhang. I had never heard this word before. He said goodbye, and I continued to walk down the bustling street. Suddenly, my mind exploded into a state of intoxication. Strange colors, sounds, and countless people spun around me. My body trembled as waves of disorientation washed over me. I was walking right into people. Paranoid, I grew convinced that everyone was staring only at me. How could I have known that bhang is an intoxicating drink derived from the cannabis plant? Thinking it harmless, I had innocently drunk 4 glasses in very short time. Horror overcame me as I realized that I must have unwittingly broken my vow never to take intoxicants. Now I walked alone in this strange, unpleasant state, struggling to reach the end of the road where I might escape the intimidating crowds. The road seemed to never end. I helplessly bumped into humans, cows, hogs, and rickshaws. I reached the end of the road and stared through an intoxicated blur at the massive stone walls that guarded the Red Fort. The immense proportions of what in the 17th century had been the royal palace for the Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan were overwhelming. In the front was a large open area where a crowd had gathered. In my delirium, I went to see what was going on. An old man in a white turban was sitting and blowing through the 2 bamboo reeds of an exotic musical instrument. 1.5 feet long, it was made out of dried pumpkin. The snake charmer played a haunting drone, all the while swaying from side to side. Surrounding him were about a dozen hand-woven baskets with lids. A big, bearded man wearing black robes and a red turban opened each basket. The crowd gasped. As the charmer played his hypnotic song, poisonous cobras appeared, raising their fearsome hoods. Forked tongues slithered in and out of their mouths. They swayed from side to side as if dancing to the music. The bearded man then opened other baskets, revealing different varieties of snakes, until finally he lifted out a huge serpent about 12 feet long and 3 inches thick. The crowd stepped back. Before I could blink, he darted toward me and wrapped the monstrous serpent around my hips. Slowly the serpent crept upward, encircling my waist and chest in its cold, strong coils and locking my arms against my trunk. Its face was only inches from mine, and I could practically feel and smell its breath. Its slitted eyes stared into mine, its forked tongue flitting in and out. My heart pounded and my limbs trembled as the snake tightened its grip. The intoxicating bhang was still at a peak. Nightmarish hallucinations, spinning, and paranoia seized me. Meanwhile, a growing crowd of onlookers encircled me, keeping at a safe distance. Suddenly, a man stepped forward and spoke in English. "What is your name, sir? What country are you from? Why are you in the coils of this dangerous snake?" "Please help me," I gasped. My captor tightened its grip as soon as I spoke. It was as if the serpent jealously demanded my total attention. The big bearded man in the red turban came up and stared me in the eyes as if I were a foreign invader. Waving his hands like weapons, he shouted at me, 50 rupees, 50 rupees. Finally, someone in the crowd explained to me in English, "He will only take the snake off if you give him 50 rupees. Straining, I somehow spoke, "But I have no rupees." The onlooker warned, "Then you will remain like this," and nonchalantly departed. My mind went blank, and fear and humiliation rushed through me. Everyone stared at me, a strange foreigner encircled by a snake. Perhaps they thought I was part of the act. A painfully long half-hour passed, with the snake licking its lips and from time to time staring into my eyes. All the while, the old snake charmer played his hypnotic song and the cobras swayed. Thoughts seared my consciousness. It was only my first day in India. Gazing at the teeth of the snake, I wondered, is this the place I risked my life for? What would my mother and father think to see their son so far from home in this condition? With no other recourse, I closed my eyes and prayed. If you have something for me to do in this world, Lord, please help me. As I offered this simple prayer, I felt a small burst of inner peace. Finally, a lone man emerged from the crowd with prayer beads in his wrinkled hands. Sympathetic to me, he bargained with the snake man and donated 10 rupees toward my release. To my relief, the snake man chanted mantras, inviting the serpent into his hands again. The crowd cheered, and the snake released me. Thanking the donor, I quickly fled across the street. There I saw some men sitting on wooden chairs and popping what looked like red candy into their mouths. They asked if I wanted some. Still curious to experience the customs and foods of India, I ate one. My mouth erupted into flames. Drenched in sweat, tears flowing from my eyes, I grabbed for water and drank, but water had the effect of kerosene on fire, increasing the pain. I had just eaten a red-hot chili pepper, the first one I had ever seen or tasted. Again, a crowd of curious onlookers circled around me. I politely thanked the men and went on my way. I thought of the saying, "One man's food is another man's poison." That saying had come alive for me as a burning message. I thought of my studies and observations of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and my explorations of Buddhism and some of the philosophies of India. What is enjoyed by one person creates suffering for another. What we experience of the world is so relative, so conditioned by our subjective experience. In the same way, God, who is absolute, reveals himself to different people in different ways. My mouth still burning, I realized it would be very narrow to think there was only one way to God. As evening approached, the effects of the bhang and the pepper at last subsided. Returning to the Chandni Chowk road, I strolled aimlessly amid the fervor of the bustling bazaar. I had nowhere to go. Among the throngs of pedestrians, a man emerged with a welcoming smile. Thrilled to discover that I had come from so far to understand his traditions, he invited me to dinner at a roadside restaurant. Our outdoor table was just inches from the road. As he told me about his family customs, a white cow, nuzzling its calf, strolled by. So gentle was their demeanor, so graceful their movements, and so innocent their large, beautiful eyes that my heart melted. The mother doted on every movement of her child. While the child was suckling her milk, she licked her offspring tenderly. Lying down just inches from our table, she played with her little calf. In all my life, I had never been so close to a cow, having only seen them in distant pastures as we raced by on the highways. Now I was struck by how these animals shared loving exchanges so similar to those of a human mother and her child. A waiter rushed by and slapped down our plates. I was famished, as all I had eaten all day was some bhang and a chili pepper. Struggling with the serpent, too, had stirred my appetite. I delved into the food. Halfway through the meal, my gracious host asked, "Mr. Richard, would you care for me to explain what all this is?" "Please." Pointing to each item he described, "This is chaval, rice. This thing that looks like wheat bread is called roti. These vegetables are called sabji. This soup over here is made with lentils, and we call it dal. Here is our condiment, chutney." Then he pointed to some small chunks on the rice. "And this is meat." His last 3 words exploded in my mind. I stared first at the meat chunks and then at the cows. At that moment, the mother cow leaned over to lick my leg. My heart cried. Why should a beautiful life be slaughtered to eat some meat? She loves her child, and this innocent calf loves its mother. Why had I blindly participated in this? Why are we all so blind and deaf to the horror in every slaughterhouse? How has human society become so insensitive to the cruelties inflicted upon these children of God? Although the meat I had been eating was not cow meat, this was the first time I had made the connection between my diet and the suffering of animals. Thinking of the thousands of animals killed every day in America, I lost my composure and dissolved into tears. My poor host didn't know what was happening. Is something wrong, he said. Why are you so disturbed, sir? I could barely speak. Thank you for everything, sir. I stood up and pushed my chair back. Please excuse me, but I'm feeling ill. On my way out, I patted the mother and her calf, and she reciprocated with a slow lick to my hand. Thousands of people crowded the street in the midst of this bustle, and to my delight and surprise, Ramsey and Jeff walked right into me, not noticing me at first. I had not seen them since the day we were separated in Kabul. Monk, it's you, exclaimed Jeff. What a relief to see you. I can't believe it. Hey, mate, exclaimed Ramsey. We've been worried about you since that day you were lost. Shaking hands and embracing, we were together again. They brought me to stay with them on the roof of a cheap hotel. As I was dozing off on a bed of twine under a starlit winter sky, the mother and baby cow appeared in my dream. Their gentle, tearful eyes looked helplessly into mine while the blade of a butcher ruthlessly slaughtered them for meat. From my heart burst the biblical commandment, "Thou shalt not kill." I awoke from the nightmare in a state of unbearable nausea and rushed to the toilet for relief. The toilet consisted of a cement hole on the roof, surrounded by crumbling brick walls and a sheet of aluminum for the ceiling. It was pitch dark, and there was no plumbing, except for the bhangis, or street sweepers, who emptied the toilet by shovel. Digging out the waste into a bucket, they would carry it away on their heads. But this toilet was overdue for a cleaning. Stools soaked with urine had piled up above the floor level. With no control over my vomiting, I was trapped inside that latrine. Insects buzzed and bit, and I felt something moving over my feet. All I could do was heave with nausea and shiver in a cold sweat. All the while in my mind's eye, I could see only those two cows gazing at me with their innocent eyes. In that dark rooftop latrine in Old Delhi, I offered another vow before my Lord. I will never again eat meat. This concluded my first day in India. The next morning, Jeff and Ramsey appealed to me. We've been a great traveling team. Let's stay together and tour India. We've passed through a lot together, I said, and bonded as brothers. I can never repay both of you for your kindness and friendship. But I want to travel the Himalayas as a hermit. Please bless me to do so. Jeff spoke first, and kindly. We understand. In fact, we were expecting you to do something like this. He placed his large hand on my small shoulder. May you find what you're seeking. We'll really miss you. A cloud of worry veiled Ramsey's face, as I was like his little brother. His eyes reddened. How are you going to survive that kind of life? But seeing my resolve, he forced a smile and exclaimed in his Australian accent, "It's been a great journey, mate. Cheers." Before we departed, Jeff handed me a small note that read, "It's kind of sad in a way. We are each going his own way in search of himself. I'm sure you will find it." Chapter 2. On a cold December morning in Old Delhi, while planning my journey to seek the yogis and sages in the Himalayas, I happened to look up at a sign plastered on an old Victorian building. The World Yoga Conference was to be held in New Delhi, beginning that very day at 9 a.m. Excited, I rushed to the site. A British yogi, Christopher Hills, impelled by his love for India, had organized this huge and prestigious event. The coming 4 days promised a bazaar of gurus, yogis, lamas, pundits, and sages, sharing their gifts with the world. Some, after decades of seclusion in the jungles, promised to show their faces to civilization. From morning to night, darshans, or spiritual meetings, were conducted simultaneously in 7 locations. Later, I would learn that 800 yogis had assembled for the event. I couldn't believe my good fortune. On the first day, in a large tent, I first met with one of the greatest masters of yoga, Sri B.K.S. Iyengar. He lucidly explained the science of Hatha Yoga while his students demonstrated various asanas, or physical poses meant to harmonize body, mind, and soul. One of Sri Iyengar's students sat with his legs wrapped behind his neck. Another balanced on his forearms with his legs bowing backward, touching his head with his feet. Yet another stood motionless on his head, while another balanced on one foot, arched his back, and pulled the other foot over his head. Another yogi swallowed a long strip of cloth, then pulled it back out as an internal cleanse. Another student, to clean his sinus, fed a thin rope up through his nose and pulled it out through the mouth, pulling it back and forth. I marveled at how easily they had accomplished these practices due to their early training from an accomplished master. All the while, Sri Iyengar explained the benefits of each technique to the audience. I was deeply inspired by the conviction and compassion in which he taught. I could feel his burning desire to share the gift of yoga with all of the world. In the years to come, Sri Iyengar was to become a dear friend and well-wisher. As I came out of the tent, I was approached by an older man, a small, thin Buddhist monk from Southeast Asia. He had a shaved head and wore bright orange robes. Beaming a bright smile, he introduced himself as Bhikkhu Vivekananda. He was fascinated by me, a young American seeking God. We became close companions at the conference. Bhikkhu was the spiritual leader for thousands of monks in a monastery in Thailand. He had traveled a great distance to attend the conference. Although over 50, he was exuberant as a teenager. He explained the Buddhist philosophy with his sweet Thai accent, and we explored the yoga conference together. It was also at this yoga conference that I first met Swami Rama, who has since become renowned as the founder of the Himalayan Institute. A towering man with a regal stride, pristine robes, and a dignified aura, he commanded awe. His eyes were deep and dark, and his head was framed by silver hair brushed straight back to his shoulders. I was eager to learn more about him, as I would be about many participants in the conference. In addition to asking his disciples to tell me about him, I read everything I could get my hands on about his background. Born in 1925 in a village in the Himalayan mountains, Swami Rama had wandered since childhood, living among rishis, holy men, in the jungles. With a booming voice, he told of how his guru had instructed him to bring the ancient wisdom of the Himalayan sages to the West. Try your best, Swami Rama's master told him, but whenever you feed your ego or try to do anything selfish, you will not succeed. This is my blessing to you, that whenever you want to become selfless, loving, and without ego, you will find a great force behind you, and you will never fail to achieve some good. To exhibit the powers of yoga, Swami Rama brought several American doctors. While he entered into yogic trance, they connected his body with modern diagnostic devices. He demonstrated, among other things, that he could consciously raise the temperature of a spot on the left side of his hand 10 degrees, slow his heart rate from 74 beats per minute to 52 in just 50 seconds, produce specific brainwave patterns on demand, consciously move a physical object halfway across the room, and even stop his heart altogether. Coming out of the trance, Swami Rama explained, all of the body is in the mind. Mind over matter is developed by control of consciousness. You really do not need to know many things, but you definitely need to practice what you know. Placing his palms together, he added, I did this not to show that I am superhuman, but to demonstrate the science of yoga. He went on to explain that although yoga had been practiced since the most ancient time, it was the greatest of all sciences. Based neither on superstition nor sectarianism, yoga could achieve what modern scientists cannot explain. It is, he said, the science by which one realizes the enlightened state within. I was sincerely impressed with Swami Rama. When I appealed for his blessings, he said in his deep voice, the foundation of your spiritual path will be to keep the company of holy people. he raised his open palm to me. The blessings of sages will carry you across all obstacles on the path. Each night I slept alone on the ground under a banyan tree near the conference center. In the morning I awoke to the calling of a hawk as it spread its wings from the nest overhead and soared high into the sky. While waiting for the doors to open, I meditated under that tree in the brisk Delhi air. The closing session of the conference was held in the Vigyan Bhavan, New Delhi's largest concert hall. 3,000 people assembled that evening, seeking knowledge and blessings from the assembly of yogis. Christopher Hills, the organizer, reminded us of our fortune to be in one room with so many spiritual masters. Then, to our surprise, he announced that the program must conclude punctually at 7:00 p.m. Unbeknownst to us at the time, he had been informed that he and other swamis would be shot by fanatics at 8. But how could a program of so many swamis and yogis, especially in India, possibly end on time? When it became clear that not all would be given the chance to speak, one yogi jumped to his feet and attacked Christopher Hills with a barrage of insults. Christopher endeavored to satisfy everyone present, but an underlying tension was brewing. Minutes before 7, Christopher Hills nervously took the microphone in his hand and stood in silence for a moment before announcing that the time had come for the conference to end. A Swami began chanting the closing Om, which I knew to be a divine vibration meant to put our consciousness in harmony with God. This punctual ending outraged some of those who were deprived the chance to speak. Even while the Om was being sounded, an uproar ensued as some of the yogis grappled to grab the microphone. One of them got hold of the mic and rambled on like a politician with flaming eyes. Aghast, the audience watched a battle of yogis on stage. Were these the men who were supposed to bring peace and harmony to the world? Nobody knew what to say or do. Bhikkhu Vivekananda and I just shook our heads. My innocent expectations were disappointed. Finally, Christopher Hills heroically seized the microphone and wrenched the wire out of its socket. Then he disappeared behind the stage. The conference was over. After the program in a solitary hall near the chaotic auditorium, I came upon a tall, thin man with long white hair, flowing beard, and saffron robes, a person of venerable presence who looked like an ancient sage right out of the Holy Scriptures. Swami Satchitananda welcomed me with a jolly smile and entrancing gaze. As a disciple of the famous Himalayan saint, Swami Shivananda, Swami Satchitananda had taken the ancient science of yoga to the West and had followers from around the world. His interfaith work would always seek to bring people of various religions together under the oneness of the Spirit. In his first meeting with the Pope, Swami Satchitananda praised the Pope for working to unite Christians worldwide, but then quickly added, "Now, why don't you come forward to bring the whole world together? Not only Christians should come together, but all people in the name of religious harmony." An appearance at the legendary Woodstock Rock Festival had given him overnight national fame as the Woodstock Guru. The promoters of the event asked that he give the opening address, hoping he would create a peaceful mood. After being flown in by helicopter, he faced hundreds and thousands of hippies and spoke about how sound controls the universe, and America leads the world. He urged the American youth to use their sound of music to create peace and joy. "Let us not fight for peace," he said. "Let us find peace within ourselves first." During the yoga conference, I had carefully observed how he maintained grace and dignity through the recent chaos. Now, in a tender voice, he said to me, "I am sorry that you had to see this fighting. Please understand that each person is on his or her own level of progress. Even among practitioners, we cannot expect everyone to be perfect. If we judge others for their faults, we fall into a trap. It will be better to put your faith in those of good character and cultivate your own yoga practice." His disposition was calm and poised, and his slow and powerful way of speaking moved me. He instructed me that we are beings of happiness, love, and light, but that we have forgotten this because we identified too much with our bodies and minds. We were fine originally and lost that fineness. That's when we became defined, he said. The essence of yoga and religion, he said, was to enable us to align with our forgotten nature as spirit. Yoga is the process of refinement. He stressed that we overcome our mind's tendency towards self-centered concerns in order to realize our essential nature. There is only one cause for all worries and anxieties: selfishness. The process he taught for attaining this realization of essential nature became known to the world as integral yoga, a synthesis of 6 yoga disciplines. Swami Satchidananda presented spirituality in a down-to-earth, insightful, and often humorous manner. With gratitude, I took my leave. Standing erect, the Swami spoke with a graceful wave of his slender hand. "Be sincere and disciplined in your practice. A true yogi is one who lives with the highest human conduct." He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened his palm to me in blessing. "Richard, you have come a long way. May you discover the treasure of your heart." That night, Bhikkhu Vivekananda and I attended an independent lecture by the world-renowned author and orator, J. Krishnamurti. We entered a large tent or pandal and took seats in the second row of chairs. As the pandal rapidly filled, a man of about 60 sat beside us. His name was Dilip. "Would you like to hear something about the life of J. Krishnamurti?" he asked. "He is my teacher." "Please," we responded. He crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair, and began. He told us that Krishnamurti was born in South India in 1895, and as a child was discovered by the renowned clairvoyant Charles Leadbeater. Both Leadbeater and Annie Besant, who was the leader of the Theosophical Society, proclaimed that the child was the vehicle of the same world teacher who spoke through Christ. Annie Besant educated the boy in England, and brought him around the world, where thousands received him as the next Messiah, and formed the Order of the Star around him. When he was 27, he formally accepted the role as the enlightened master and was soon worshipped by over 60,000 members. Dilip leaned forward. But in 1929, he rejected his position as master, dissolved his religious movement, and suddenly everyone rose as J. Krishnamurti appeared on the stage. An elderly man of 75, he was small and slender and impeccably dressed in a Nehru jacket and loose pants. His smooth-shaven face was worn by the lines of age, and his predominantly white hair gave him a scholarly distinction. His soft eyes glistened with enthusiasm as he welcomed the assembly graciously in a British accent. Soon enough, though, he launched into a call for revolution. Shaking his clenched fist, he declared, "You have too many gurus in this country. They have told you what to do, what to think, what to practice. They are dictators." Pin-drop silence filled the tent. Truth is a pathless land, but yoga, with its breathing and postures, is nothing more than psychosomatic acrobatics. Ashrams and monasteries are concentration camps of the mind. He paused and looked right into my eyes. When you have a system of meditation, it is no longer meditation, but is utterly futile, has no meaning whatsoever. He told a story about the devil who was walking with a friend. They witnessed a man ahead of them. He was on the road picking up a brilliant object. The devil's friend turned and asked what the man had found. The devil answered, "He has picked up the truth." "That's bad business for you," the friend said. "Not at all," the devil replied. "I am going to help him organize it." To make this point more emphatic, Krishnamurti closed his eyes and slowed down his speech. "We must bring about a revolution in ourselves. But how can this take place when our lives are superficial, spending years in the office, living a shallow, empty existence?" He leaned forward and said, "Man cannot be enlightened through any organization, creed, dogma, priest, or ritual, nor through any philosophic knowledge or psychological technique. He has to find it through understanding the contents of his own mind, through observation, not through intellectual analysis or introspective dissection." I shuddered to think of how this discourse would affect my dear Bhikkhu Vivekananda. After all, he was the guru of thousands of monks in an organized monastery teaching meditation and ritual. I turned to him and whispered, "Bhikkhu, he is attacking everything you have dedicated your life to. What do you feel?" Bhikkhu's eyes widened in wonder and exclaimed, "What he says is true." Taken aback, I asked, "What are you going to do now, Bhikkhu?" His features turned grave. "I will have to think seriously about this." For the next few days, we attended a series of talks given by Krishnamurti, where he demonstrated an amazing power of logic and conviction. Even though he was renowned as one who could answer any question and defeat any argument on a personal level, he was gentle, kind, and humorous. I pondered his teaching. Eastern literature was filled with histories of enlightened saints who carefully followed their religion or their particular guru. How could I disregard them all on the basis of one man's realization? However, Krishnamurti had impressed upon me that superficiality had no place in spiritual life. We must take personal responsibility. If we become overly attached to the externals, we may forget their very purpose, to purify the heart. One day, while sitting under the shade of a peepal tree with Bhikkhu, I asked if he knew what he was going to do. He ran his finger along the edge of his begging bowl. "Yes, Richard, I do." He said, "I will return to my monastery in Thailand." "Really?" I responded. "So what is your opinion of Krishnamurti's teachings?" He stared off into the middle distance in thought, and then he spoke. "I will follow Mr. J. Krishnamurti." A mischievous little smile played on his lips. "Shall I tell you how?" "Yes, please." "I will reject the teachings of the teacher who teaches us to reject teachers and teachings." He jested in his sweet Thai accent. Later that day, I bid farewell to Bhikkhu and wandered on foot to Connaught Circus, the commercial center of the city. Here I sat beneath an ashok tree and wrote these words to my family in America. "The way India is affecting me is beyond words. This is all that could be said. Deep love lies in my heart for all of you. I pray that you are well." Richard, New Delhi, India, December 1970. Designed by the British, Connaught Circus was laid out in an immense circle surrounding a spacious park. Exploring the enclosed walkway, my attention was drawn to a hand-painted sign that read, "S.S. Brijabasi and Sons Religious Artwork." Stacked on the sidewalk were hundreds of 8x10 prints. I was lured to look closer. The prints, full of marvelous figures that struck me as very odd, yet very beautiful, were like windows into a world of colors, mysteries, and magic. I wanted to keep one as an object for my meditation. Looking into my small bag, I saw I had barely enough change to buy a single image. For about an hour, I sat on the sidewalk searching the selection. Among the pictures was a beautiful woman with 8 arms, holding swords, choppers, and spears, and riding on a lion. Then a fantastical, somewhat pudgy man with the head of an elephant who was sitting on a mouse. Flipping through them, I found the picture of a handsome blue person with 4 arms decorated with elegant ornaments lying on a multi-headed serpent. Next was a tranquil yogi, immersed in meditation with snakes wrapped around his limbs, the moon resting on his head and water gushing up from his hair. And then there was a heroic boy holding a spear riding on a peacock. I came across a magnificent monkey wearing a crown whose eyes shone with devotion. Smiling, he flew through the sky, effortlessly carrying a mountain in the palm of his hand. As I rummaged deeper through the stack of prints, I discovered a person with a dozen heads, each of a different species, and multiple arms. Gruesome people were flying into and being devoured by his flaming mouths. This art was beyond description. The figures unbelievable. Were they from fairy tales or mythology? I didn't know, but I felt that the art was inspired. I wondered how I could possibly choose only one. Suddenly, out from the stack of prints appeared a personality that attracted me like no other. He had a bluish complexion, wore a peacock feather in his crown, and played a flute while posing gracefully beside a river. Behind him, a white cow stared lovingly, and a full moon bathed an enchanted forest in pearly light. Spontaneous tears filled my eyes. The person in the picture seemed to fill my very soul. Why was this happening to me? I felt him calling me. But how? It was only a painting, and of a fantastical person I didn't even know. His name was written on the bottom in an ancient alphabet I couldn't read. I gave whatever money I had to the shopkeeper, but it was not enough. He smiled and gave me the picture anyway, a picture I would not part with during the rest of my travels. Who was this person in the image? For a long time, that was to remain a mystery. Chapter 3. The year 1970 was soon to conclude. I had just turned 20, and dreams of the Himalayas were luring me north. I did not know much about where I was going. I only knew that this part of the world was home to many great sages and holy people that I longed to meet and learn from. I was so excited to be in India on the precipice of a great discovery that I had little time to miss my family. They didn't know where to reach me, so I had had no letters from them since arriving. Still, before making the journey to the Himalayas, I wrote the following message to my home, so far away. My dear family, today I am leaving Delhi to go to the mountains to study. I do not know if I will be able to write often where I am going. Please do not worry if I do not write for a while. With God on my side, what can harm me? With love and thought, Richard. I secured free passage on a third-class train and headed to Rishikesh, a holy town in the Himalayas known for its many ashrams. As the steam engine chugged forward, leaving Delhi behind in a billowing trail of black smoke, I watched the sunrise from my window and prayed that my pilgrimage to the Himalayas would inaugurate a new day in my spiritual quest. Hours later, I arrived in Haridwar, a holy place on the bank of the Ganges, about 140 miles northwest of New Delhi. From there, I commenced the remaining 15 miles to Rishikesh on foot. By now, in my readings, I had devoured page after page about spiritual legends of the Himalayas. Being here was a dream come true. My first sight of the Himalayan foothills thrilled me beyond imagination. The foothills were covered with dense green forests. I saw each tree as a conduit emitting tranquility. A solitary pilgrim, I trekked along an earthen footpath, swooning with anticipation. From a distance, I caught sight of something that, like a spark, detonated an explosion of emotions. The river Ganges. I hurried forward and pressed my fingers into the cool, rushing blue waters. I shivered. After sitting for an hour in that lonely place, I walked along the riverbank and came upon the Divine Life Mission, which is the ashram of the renowned Himalayan saint Swami Shivananda. This was the ashram where he performed his meditation and established his teachings. This was the guru of Swami Satchidananda, the regal Woodstock guru I had met in Delhi. Shivananda's prolific writings, humanitarian efforts, and personal example had attracted world fame. I had already read some of his writings and was delighted to come across this place. Entering, I learned from some of his followers that before Swami Shivananda left this world in 1963, he chose as his successor Swami Chidananda Saraswati from among his accomplished disciples. Swami Chidananda happened to be at the ashram when I arrived. For a couple of days, I simply soaked in the peaceful atmosphere of the ashram. I learned that ashrams so prevalent throughout India were supported by their guru's followers, who maintained ties to the everyday world of business and commerce. After the 4th day there, I asked if I could meet Swami Chidananda. I was led into a simple room where I was greeted by the Swami, an extremely friendly, respectful, and humble man who invited me to sit on the floor with him. Swami Chidananda, I learned from his disciples, was born in South India in 1916 as the eldest son of a fabulously wealthy landowner. Around the age of 20, he heard a calling to live as a renounced monk, giving up all material comforts to serve God. It was at that time that he began to serve lepers, building huts for them on the vast lawns of his home and looking after them personally. In 1943, he finally left his home, moved into the ashram of Swami Shivananda in Rishikesh, where he was quickly recognized as a brilliant lecturer. Each morning I attended his lectures. He was a thin man with a shaved head and saffron robes, who was revered by both Himalayan ascetics and seekers from the West. Swamiji sat in a cross-legged yogic pose, speaking eloquent English with precise hand gestures. He said, "Life is meant for the realization of God. If you die without attaining God realization, your life is in vain. You have wasted away this precious gift of human birth given to you by God." He identified a common problem among spiritual practitioners, that one can do meditation in the morning and evening, but during the activities and dealings of the day show petty-mindedness and selfishness. This, the Swami explained confidently, undid whatever one accomplished in the hours of meditation. He placed great emphasis on the cultivation of virtue as a fundamental part of one's spiritual evolution. He compared this cultivation of virtue to the work of removing stones, pebbles, weeds, and brambles, therein making the soil fertile so that one can plant a garden. Throughout the day, he taught one must sacrifice for others. Morality and high ethics, he said, were like roots on the tree of yoga. He stressed that the disciple should have complete faith that in this age one could achieve God realization through mantra japa, the recitation of God's holy names. You should practice chanting the Lord's name, he said, until you reach a state in which the japa goes on uninterruptedly in the mind, even while you're sitting or standing, eating or drinking, walking or working, waking or sleeping. I didn't know how to chant the Lord's name, but I was very impressed by Chidananda's teachings. One evening, while he and I sat on the floor of his lantern-lit room overlooking the Ganges and the Himalayan valley, the Swami enthusiastically described the details of my travels with uncanny accuracy and even voiced my most intimate thoughts. He told me how I had left home and discovered a burning passion to journey to India, risking my life along the way to get here. I had never told him these things, but he knew everything so perfectly. While he poured his blessings upon me, I sat in awe. It was rare to encounter someone with such power and fame who could remain so simple and kind. Longing to be in seclusion and purify myself, I thanked Swami Chidananda and left the ashram. The next morning, while sitting on the banks of the Ganges River, I composed a short letter to my mother. My beloved mother, I am doing just what I think I should be doing here. Rishikesh is a holy city on the banks of the Ganges River. I feel there is much to be learned in the peace and tranquility I have found here. It is quite difficult for me to tell you what I have been doing. I am not so much a tourist or a sightseer. I am more a seeker of my own soul. Living in the East is an entirely different way of life than living in America or Europe. Everything is completely different. It is very difficult to say when I will return. But I will say this. I deeply miss all of my family and all of my friends, and I long to see all of you. But you must understand that I must carry out what I set East to do. Find the true meaning of life. Your loving son, Richard. Rishikesh, Himalayas, India, January 1971. I boarded a boat to cross to the eastern side of the Ganges. Large fish swarmed around the small vessel as we sailed across the sparkling aqua current. A cool breeze swept over me. With deep breaths, I drank it in, listening to the hypnotic chant of students reciting the Vedas or holy scriptures on the riverbank. Reaching the other side, I walked alone southward, along the bank of the Ganges in search of solitude. Finding a quiet place, I meditated, feeling myself millions of miles away from the world I knew. Hours later, I spotted someone approaching. Pacing slowly, his eyes fixed to the riverbank, was a holy man with a golden complexion, gray beard, hair draped down his shoulders, and robes that rippled in the mountain breeze. He radiated tranquility. I stood to receive him. Raising his soft, wide eyes, he spoke. "You do not know who I am, but I know you. I have been observing your determination. Now offer the clothes you wear to the river Ganges, and today I will award you the cloth of a sadhu." "What is a sadhu?" I asked. "A sadhu is a wandering mendicant who has forsaken worldly attachments to pursue a divine life. Or you may just say, a monk." On the bank of that holy river, he presented to me 2 pieces of unstitched white cloth made of thin cotton. He showed me how to wrap 1 piece around the lower part of my body to form a lungi, and 1 piece around the upper part to form a chadar. Then he gave me a loincloth of 2 strips of cotton called a kopan. Honored to receive this gift from such a kind soul, I placed my Western clothes into the river's sweeping current and offered a prayer. My turtleneck and jeans were gone forever. Before departing, the man whispered something in my ear. Given the letter I'd just written home, I found it uncanny. "The Ganges will be your mother," he said. "She will reveal this to you in time." A few days later, I came upon Vedniketan, a small, lonely 1-story ashram made up of about a dozen austere rooms. The residents, like many people I was meeting, were preparing to go to Kumbh Mela, the biggest religious festival in all of India. When I heard 20 million people were going to be there, I decided to stay behind. Not far behind Vedniketan, I found a cave in the forest where I made my residence. Each morning before sunrise, I walked to the bank of Mother Ganges and looked out into her swift current. She was perhaps 100 yards wide at this spot, her riverbank covered with soft silvery sand. Like jeweled ornaments of multicolors, smooth rocks ranging from tiny pebbles to boulders weighing thousands of pounds lined her banks. Feeling unworthy of the treasures I sought, I felt a desperate need for purification. Then and there, I resolved that for 1 month I would sit in silence and prayer from sunrise to sunset. I prayed to have a spot revealed. Just then, before my eyes, I noticed a series of small rocks in the river. They formed a natural bridge to a much larger, somewhat flat rock about 20 feet from the bank. This rock was to become my cherished place. I would sit on it every day from sunrise to sunset, surrounded on all sides by the forceful current of the Ganges. In that incredible panorama, I felt so tiny. At dusk, as I returned to the cave, I passed an old man who sat on the ground selling miniature carrots displayed on a piece of old burlap. As I passed, he would offer me one. Ganges water and 1 carrot a day, I decided, would be my only food for 30 days. The solitude of that rock became my shelter. I sat from dawn to dusk, facing upstream. To my left, on the opposite bank, I could see in the distance an occasional yogi sitting in meditation. To my right stretched the beautiful Himalayan foothills. The closest mountain took the shape of a heart at its very top. I gazed on it for hours, thinking how it symbolized for me the heart of God. A heart that is unlimited, giving ultimate shelter to all beings. A heart that is majestic and beautiful. Just as in climbing a mountain, we leave behind the earth where we stand. To reach the heart of God, we have to leave behind unfavorable earthly attachments. Sincere spiritual practice is an uphill climb, and no matter how many difficulties we face, we have to continue looking upward with hope. The mountain provides all support for those who strive to reach its top. Similarly, if we are sincere, the Lord will provide us with the means to reach His supremely merciful heart. Spread out all around me on all sides was Mother Ganges in her winter dress of sparkling, undulating aqua. Her waves rippled and swirled as if intoxicated by her own beauty. No human artist could capture even a moment of this unending display. And just as her art was created, it simultaneously disappeared. I took from this a lesson. All beautiful forms of this world are in the process of transformation. Nothing is stable. With every moment, our reality is changing. Mother Ganges, like nature, is constant, but no manifestation of hers remains. Likewise, all that we hold dear in this world is imperceptibly vanishing. We cannot cling to anything. But if we can appreciate the beauty of the underlying current of truth, we can enjoy a reality deeper than the fickle waves of joy and sorrow. I sat, a submissive student, trying to learn from my teacher. She begins her course from high in the Himalayas and flows without cease to the sea. Innumerable obstacles, huge rocks, fallen trees, or even mountains block her way, but nothing will stop her journey to the sea. Gracefully she flows over, under, or around all obstructions. Mother Ganges teaches us that if we want to attain the sea of our aspiration, we must persevere in our goal and never be discouraged by the inevitable obstacles that come on our path. All impediments are like rocks in the rivers of life. We should flow around them and never give up. With the Lord's help, there is always a way. As I sat on that rock, I imagined that watching the flow of the river was like watching the passing of life. If one is inside the river, one is greatly affected by it. But if one sits on the bank, one can observe it with detachment. Mother Ganges teaches that if we learn to be detached from our ego and the flurry of the mind and senses and the world around us, and observe life with a sober disposition, we gain wisdom. After the sunset each evening, I returned to my cave in the forest and contemplated the gifts of the day. One day I thought about how millions of years of history had been enacted on these banks. During the age of the Aryans, spirituality flourished. Alexander the Great came and went. The Mughals conquered North India, ruled for centuries, only to be vanquished by the British Empire, which was eventually driven away by Mahatma Gandhi, Subhash Chandra Bose, and the Indian freedom movement. Slavery and freedom, war and peace, political conquest and defeat, like the seasons, they had all come and gone. Through it all, timeless Mother Ganges patiently flowed toward the sea. Truth, too, was unchanging. Whatever may happen in this world, however dramatic, it could not disturb the flow of truth. Many objects, I observed, were swept along in the current. Among them, leaves, flowers, uprooted trees, a dead buffalo, and even human corpses. If an object remained in the river's flow, I reflected, it would eventually be carried to the sea. But in the course of time, most things would be diverted to the banks and their progress halted. The spiritual path and the spiritual teacher are like the current of Mother Ganges, and the students are like the objects carried along on the river. If the follower remains faithfully in the current of the holy teachings, he or she will be carried to the ocean of spiritual truth. But many temptations and diversions appear along the banks, promising comfort and happiness, tempting the follower to come out from the current that leads to one's heart's aspiration. Not all aspirants will remain faithful, but those who do can reach the ocean of enlightenment. I wondered, who will be my teachers? And can I remain faithful? Early one morning, just before sunrise, I looked downstream into the current that never slept. I considered her 1,000-mile journey. The sea was calling, and each drop of water patiently flowed in the current to her ultimate destination, so far away. Mother Ganges is teaching me that patience and steadfastness are required to follow my calling. I never really stopped to think why I had left behind the promises of the world to sit alone on a rock in the Ganges and endure a rigorous self-imposed fast. Why did I act in such extreme ways, like a person obsessed? At the time, I did not feel that these were my choices. I felt the mysterious hand of destiny leading me forward. One brisk winter day, while absorbed in meditation, sweet harmonica melodies began to play in my mind, drawing my attention away from anything else. My consciousness flowed irresistibly toward that imaginary music. Concert after concert was performed within the theater of my mind. A longing impelled me to reunite with my beloved harmonica, which I had not played since arriving in India. Every day, from before sunrise until after sunset, I remained faithfully on my cherished rock. But this day would be different. An urge pulled me away, and leaving behind the rock and river, I returned to my cave to play. As I lifted the harmonica to my lips, something strange came upon me. An invisible force induced me to return to the river. With each step, my impatient senses burned to play my instrument. Wading across Mother Ganges' stream, I crawled onto my rock. There, as on all other days, I sat on the cold, coarse surface. But today I held the harmonica, and my heart surged with a wave of affection that made my whole body shiver. How could a piece of metal and wood induce such an emotional state? This harmonica had been my dear friend, into whom I poured the intimate feelings of my heart. So confidential was our relationship that I whispered to its secrets that no one but God and I would ever know. It translated my inner joys, sorrows, and aspirations into sweet music. Over time, there had evolved between us the natural dialogue of the player and the played. In many ways, we were like lovers. As if jealous, my harp seemed to demand my full attention now. I wondered what it was I truly desired in my life. Gazing upstream into the distant mountains, a quiet sadness touched my heart. I understood that my trusted companion was now distracting me from my path. Standing on that rock, I peered into the deep blue waters of the Ganges. Then I gazed on my harmonica, knowing there was no other like it within 1,000 miles. Moved, I revealed my heart to my comrade, not in song this time, but in simple words. My dear friend, I thank you for being my faithful companion all these days. In times of pain and loneliness, you have always been there to give me solace and joy. How patiently you heard my innermost thoughts and transformed the words I was unable to speak into songs that touched people's hearts. I wept. Next, I turned my eyes to the holy river and prayed, Mother Ganges, in offering to you what I hold so dear, I wish to offer my unworthy heart to God. Please accept it. With both hands, I pressed the harmonica to my heart and then cast it into the Himalayan breeze. The instrument floated upward as if in slow motion and then descended. My heart shivered on hearing the plop as my dear companion disappeared forever in the current of the Ganges. Often the most precious gifts of life come in ways we neither plan nor expect. Some say it is due to chance, others cite karmic destiny, and yet others believe the Lord may intervene in our lives at any moment. One afternoon, as my awareness drifted away from my meditation toward the hymn of Mother Ganges' rushing current, her powerful, gentle waves seemed to be singing an anthem of wisdom and love. Held captive by that sweet song, I listened effortlessly. This became my meditation. From dusk to dawn, I simply meditated on the song of the river. Days later, While sitting in the crisp winter breeze, I gazed up at the Himalayan sky. Puffs of milky white clouds hovered from the limitless sapphire dome. Below me, the current swirled, rippled, and foamed. The sound of the river was a symphony that released me from the shackles of my thoughts. From the river's song emerged thousands of celestial voices, all chanting in unison the sacred syllable, Om. The sound captured my mind. Another evening, as the sun was setting, I observed golden winter clouds floating in the deepening blue sky. The mountains were cloaked in a gown of purple and appeared so alive I felt them to be breathing. Flocks of white cranes, black nightingales, green parrots, and birds of vibrant blues, reds, and oranges soared across the sky, each chirping, warbling, or trilling its own sweet song. Except for the bird song, that evening the Ganges Valley was still, with almost a mythical silence. My mind floated, recalling how God had taken from me so little and given me so much. For a moment, I contemplated that to the degree one feels unworthy of grace, one will be grateful when it comes. It is gratitude that makes the heart receptive to receive the Lord's blessings. Closing my eyes, I merged again in the endless chant of Om, the river song. It was just so beautiful. I felt on the verge of something extraordinary. Then I heard something that seemed to ascend from the depths of Mother Ganges' heart. A choir of thousands of celestial voices sang a slow, entrancing song that seemed to reverberate throughout the river valley. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Through the song of the river I felt God had whispered this beautiful mantra into my ears. It was a mystical rite of passage, carrying me on a wave that lifted me closer to my aspiration. My heart soared with gratitude. Inadvertently, I found myself breaking my long silence and singing these words aloud with the river. No intoxication on earth could come close to that experience. The meaning of the song was unknown to me, but it stole my heart. What did it mean? I believed that this mystery, like the mystery of the picture of the blue boy, would be revealed in time. In sacrificing the song of my harmonica, I had inherited the song of the Ganges. Chapter 4. At the month's end, I was more than ready to end my fast. Remembering a peanut vendor in a shop near the Chotiwala restaurant at the Swartak ashram, I ventured there with 1 rupee that a pilgrim had donated to me, then the equivalent of approximately 12 US cents, expecting a handful of peanuts in return. When the shopkeeper saw 1 rupee, his eyes lit up, and he quickly patched together some old newspapers to form a large shopping bag and filled it with peanuts. Today I will feast, I rejoiced, as I walked along the jungle path back to my cave. Deeper in the forest, I found myself face to face with a huge brown monkey who blocked the path like a customs agent. Growling and baring his pointed teeth, he sized up his victim with small, piercing green eyes. Thick brown fur clothed his muscular form. He had a bright pink face, scarred from past battles, gnarled pink fingers, and shiny pink buttocks. Suddenly, he sprang on me. In one motion, he seized the bag of peanuts, swiftly kicking my chest to catapult away. Gasping, I stumbled back a few steps. When I regained my footing, I smiled, seeing that he had disappeared instantly into the jungle with the whole bag. Some of the peanuts, though, had fallen on the ground during the scuffle. Oh well, I thought, these will have to suffice for breaking my fast. As I stooped to pick them up, another monkey leaped from a tree, scooped up every peanut, and disappeared. I was not spared a single nut. As I proceeded to my cave for the night, my stomach rumbled. And I thought, compared to the treasure of spiritual experience, worldly acquisition is like those peanuts. I contemplated. People lie, cry, and die for a few of these peanuts. They fight and struggle for a handful. Wars are waged over them. But at any moment, a monkey, another's greed, or even the inevitable march of time may plunder from us all of our cherished peanuts. The next morning, I traveled by foot to the far end of the Ganges bank in Rishikesh. Climbing up a mountain, I arrived at Shankaracharya Nagar, the ashram of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. In this hermitage, earthen pathways wound through ancient trees, fragrant bushes, and flowering vines, leading to quaint huts for meditation. Further on, I found myself at the brink of a steep cliff that offered a spectacular view of River Ganges. Near the edge of the cliff was the simple home of Maharishi. Entering, I found myself in a room with a flower-adorned altar. On it was a picture of the Maharishi's guru, Brahmananda Saraswati. He had a white beard. His long white hair was combed back from his clear brow, and he was sitting on a tiger skin. An esteemed yogi, he was the first in over 150 years to be awarded the post of Shankaracharya of the Himalayan region, Jyotirmat, a role similar to a pope's. In the morning and evening, the residents of the ashram came together in Maharishi's puja room to chant hymns, offer articles of worship, and conclude the ceremony with group meditation. Somebody told me that Maharishi preferred to meditate in the basement, a dark, cave-like cellar into which few descended. The cool, silent cellar turned out to be my favorite place to meditate also. It was here that I especially felt the Maharishi's presence, as a deep peace and serenity permeated my mind and body. Maharishi was born in 1917 in central India and graduated with a physics degree from Allahabad University. For 13 years, he served his guru, Ramananda Saraswati, in the position of secretary. Before departing from the world, his guru gave him this order: "What I have taught you also contains knowledge of the technique for the householder, which has been misinterpreted and forgotten over the centuries. Don't think of money for traveling here and there. Don't worry and don't be afraid of being alone. Don't be anxious about anything. Begin working and everything will go by itself." To prepare for his mission, Maharishi entered the caves of Uttarkashi for 2 years of solitary meditation. Then, in 1955, he began teaching Transcendental Meditation, TM, and established his hillside ashram at Rishikesh. From 1957, he began his travels across the world. The Maharishi Mahesh Yogi taught that by practicing TM, our consciousness enters into finer and more subtle states. The goal is to enter a state more subtle than our ordinary states of wakefulness, sleep, and deep sleep. To meditate, then, is to experience a consciousness beyond the subtle existence of the mind and ego. For it is in that liberated state of pure being that we experience the eternal self. Maharishi was especially creative in harmonizing modern scientific technology with the ancient sciences of yoga. Although the Maharishi was abroad while I was there, under his inspiration in the sanctuary of his ashram, I read his books, The Science of Being and Art of Living, and 6 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita. Every evening at Shankaracharya Nagar, I spent time with an Australian sadhu named Bevan, a leader of the ashram and one of Maharishi's closest disciples. Together we met in his hut, where we listened to reel tapes of the Maharishi and discussed his teachings. I remember hearing the Maharishi say, in his high-pitched and often giggling voice, "Here we have no empty promise of heaven after death, but the positive experience of heavenly bliss during this lifetime. Come, whoever desires it." His technique was simple: only 15 to 20 minutes of effortless meditation in the morning and evening, and no need for lifestyle changes or religious and philosophical adjustments. He would sometimes refer to this as watering the root and enjoying the fruit. It was winter and quiet. Hardly another foreigner besides Bevan and I turned up at the ashram. Bevan told me how only a couple of years earlier, the Beatles, Donovan, and Mia Farrow, and her sister Prudence had visited and stayed with Maharishi. Since that time, the influence of yoga and meditation was spreading throughout the world. Meditating in that sanctified forest and sleeping on that mountaintop were priceless gifts. On 3 occasions, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi appeared in my dreams. He sat cross-legged, holding a flower, his long graying hair and beard merging with his flowing white robes. Soft light emitted from his rounded face. Although a physically small man, his presence was immense. His soft but penetrating gaze seemed to be calling me into a realm of timeless peace. He did not speak, but simply smiled upon me, closed his eyes, then disappeared. In time, I returned to the solitude of my forest cave, where I asked myself why I left Maharishi's ashram. After all, I had only enlightening experiences there. Obviously, the Maharishi was a powerful, loving force, and everybody had been so kind. Why did I move about like this? Again and again, in the months to come, I would ask myself this question, and each time I would conclude that I wished to learn from many paths and teachers before I committed myself to one. Until I gained the faith to dedicate my life to a path and a master, I reflected, I will remain a wandering pilgrim. One morning, while walking along a forest trail, a sadhu, with a curious smile plastered across his face, stepped right in front of me, refusing to let me pass. His almond-shaped eyes squinted into mine. He had a tiny nose, flat face, cropped hair, and copper complexion. Who was this man? What did he want from me? I have been sent for you, he said, but you do not recognize me. Surprised but silent, I wondered what was about to transpire. He gripped my hand. The greatest of saints lives in a cave nearby. My mission is to bring you to him. How do you know me? I asked. That you do not need to know. Follow me. Intrigued, I followed this sadhu, who told me he hailed from Nepal, into the depths of the forest, where we walked along a stream on an overgrown path. As we passed, we crunched the twigs and trampled the foliage beneath our feet while rustling through the bushes. To our left, wild boar scuttled into the brush. We approached a clearing where my guide pointed up to a mountaintop. There I could see the smoke-blackened entrances to 3 caves. The sadhu led me up a set of narrow stone steps that were more like a 30-foot ladder carved into the steep rock. After climbing to the top, we entered one of the caves where a fog of smoke burned my eyes. There in the lotus posture, with back erect, sat an amazing being. His thickly matted hair extended beyond his back and several feet onto the ground behind him. About 6 feet tall, his physique was powerful. He wore only a rope around his waist and a loincloth covering his groin. His eyes were closed in meditation. He seemed to have entered into another world, a world far beyond time or space. An aura of indescribable tranquility emanated from his motionless form. This was Mahavir Das Tat Wala Baba. We sat beside him, waiting patiently. The scent of smoldering wood from his sacred fire blended with the earthiness of the ancient cave. Holy Sanskrit scriptures lay on a stone shelf. His wardrobe, a wrapper of old burlap, was folded beside him. The Nepalese sadhu told me that he often meditated all night long. Let us wait patiently, he said, until he comes out of his spiritual trance. Finally, the yogi opened his dark, shining eyes and stared into mine with the intensity of laser beams. My guide served as a translator. In a deep, compelling voice, the Baba spoke. God is one. and everything originates only from him. Lifting his palm, he touched his index finger to his thumb. The cause of all suffering is when we forget our identity with God. This is called Maya, or illusion. God is everywhere. You need not search to find him. If you call him with sincerity, he will reveal himself to you. God sees within the heart, not the externals. There must be no duplicity. You may wander through the jungles your whole life, but God is within your heart. When you meet him there, you will see that he is everywhere. I was struck that he seemed to address my deepest concerns. I was a wanderer, looking for God in my heart. The Baba's hands then rested on his knees. His dark eyes emitted power and vibrancy and seemed to read my mind. People are chasing the temporary. Do you not see that they are on the road to death? His every word seemed like a sword, cutting my own selfish conditionings. You have renounced worldly life? This is good. Do not go back. Meditation will bring you supreme peace. We spent the hour listening to him. I left with the promise that we would return the next day. After climbing back down the ladder of stone, the sadhu and I were greeted by an ascetic woman in a simple white sari with a long black braid down her back. Mirabai and her husband lived in the forest, and they cooked meals for all of Tatwala Baba's followers. She promptly invited us to her home. Would you like to hear about Baba? She asked, as we followed behind her. Yes, I replied. The Nepalese sadhu nodded. Well, she began, Baba was from the state of Punjab. From early childhood, questions burned in his mind. When he saw the suppression of the Indians under British rule, he wondered why a country with so many saints and scriptures did not have a solution for the suffering condition. Burning with the thirst for enlightenment, as a child, he abandoned his home to search for a guru. First he went to Ayodhya, which is Lord Rama's birthplace, and then entered into the forests of the Himalayas, where he met with his guru. At the feet of his master, he learned the path of enlightenment. The three of us approached a hut made of clay and straw. Mirabai graciously opened the wooden door and invited us in, offering us a mat to sit on and a clay cup of water. She asked, "Shall I tell you more?" "Please," I urged, savoring the cool water she'd collected from the stream. Since the age of about 16, Baba had remained in these caves. He subsists on only wild herbs and fruits, and wraps a worthless burlap cloth, which we call tut, around himself for clothes. That is why he was given the name Tatwala Baba, meaning a Baba or holy man who is clothed with burlap cloth. She went on to say that for 15 years he lived in seclusion, perfecting the practice of Ashtanga Yoga. Gradually, people recognized his enlightened state and started coming to him. He never allowed anyone to touch his body or cook for him. She took a deep breath and opened her eyes wide in awe. With my own eyes, I have witnessed his power to read people's minds, see into the future, and heal the sick. In fact, when a yogi had unbearable migraine headaches, Baba came to him in a dream, removed a white fluid from his head by mantra, and cured him forever. I felt so privileged to be there. She directed our gaze to a photo she kept of the Baba on her small altar, and with folded palms she asked, "Would you like to hear more?" We nodded eagerly. Baba meditates for long hours and sometimes for days. He keeps the sacred fire always burning and daily ponders upon the scriptures. Then she turned to me. "You have come a long way from America to become a sadhu. I honor your bravery. I will pray that you achieve your goal." Before saying goodbye, she placed in my palm an unusual sweet made of translucent green pumpkin cooked with crystallized sugar. It immediately melted in my mouth, bursting with flavor. I had never tasted anything like it. Seeing my reaction, she said softly, "This sweet is called peta. Do you like it?" "This is my very first sweet in India," I replied. "It's amazing. But do ascetic yogis eat these?" She smiled like a mother toward her curious child. "You will be surprised to see what yogis may eat." The next day I returned to the Baba's cave. After some time, my Nepalese friend left me alone with Tat Wala Baba, who sat immersed in his meditation. The whole night passed, yet he did not move. Absorbing his peace, I meditated close by. The sun rose, gently illuminating the green Himalayan jungles with a veil of gold, exposing the higher mountains in a distance, considered to be, by many, the abode of God. Far off, I could see Mother Ganges winding her way down from the heights to the plains, through forests and valleys, spotted with sages performing their worship on her banks. From my place on a straw mat, I gazed below into the lush foliage, and as time passed, I began to notice large, colorful snakes coiling through the jungle, looking for prey. I saw wild elephants grazing on the trees, and even the occasional spotted leopard moving through the green. A picture flashed through my mind of my neighborhood in the Chicago suburb of Highland Park, with its flat, manicured terrain, children boarding the bus to school, and parents driving off to work. I couldn't believe where I was. Nearby the Baba's cave were other caves where several of his ascetic disciples resided, and where I lived for some days. Inside Baba's cave, inhaling astringent smoke from the sacred fire that burned through the day and night, I felt purified. As he sat with his back erect, Baba would read from scripture for about 3 to 5 hours. The rest of the time, he was immersed in meditation. If he rested at night, he woke several hours before sunrise to meditate, study, and perform yogic asanas. In mid-morning, he wrapped his matted hair into a huge coil on the top of his head and took me to bathe in a stream and collect a pot of water. On the way back, he collected herbs and fruits for his subsistence and wood for the fire. Once I saw him effortlessly lift a huge log and carry it back to the cave. On one early evening, as the trilling of birds filled the forest, Baba, through our Nepalese translator, gave me a good jolt. I welcome you to spend the rest of your life in our caves. This is my invitation to you." He then closed his eyes, entering into a trance. His words reverberated in my mind while I pondered the seriousness of the decision I had to make. One morning, I came out of my meditation and thought, it would be a blessing to live under the guidance of such a holy man in this sanctified forest. Still, if I dedicate myself to following a guru, I should never disgrace him by changing my mind later in my life. I wish to find a master and a path that I can dedicate my life to. I asked myself whether I was certain that he was my master and this was my path. Moments of thought passed. Then the answer came. I had experienced great inner awareness and inner joy while meditating with Tat Vallabhava. Still, I was uncertain. There was a pulling in my heart to meet the holy people of India and visit the sacred places, to experience the many varieties of spiritual paths. Then, and only then, would I feel I could make the most crucial decision of my life. My mind rested, feeling that this was an honest approach. But I had to be careful about how I revealed my decision to Tat Vallabhava, for I was not dealing with an ordinary human, but an extraordinary man with supernatural powers. Several days passed in this way. In his company, my meditation brought indescribable experiences. Finally, when I was about to reveal my thoughts to him, he already knew. Before I could open my mouth, he spoke the words I planned to speak to him. Soberly, he gazed into my eyes and extended his palm. "Goodbye. May God be with you. Om Tat Sat." Chapter 5. Departing from the caves of Mahavir Das Tat Vallabhava, I lived again as a wandering mendicant. The winter was coming to a close. As the sun shone warmer, the days grew longer, and spring buds appeared in the trees and bushes. One day, as I walked along a jungle pathway headed north, I came to the Lakshman Jhulan, a long suspension bridge that crosses high over the river Ganges. Standing in the gentle swaying middle, I beheld the Ganges descending from the Himalayas, ornamented on either side by temples, ashrams, and rishis performing their rituals. I crossed the bridge and walked along a dirt pathway the rivers Bhagirathi and Alaknanda converge. From the point of this confluence, the river is called the Ganges. The river's song there was tumultuous. I submerged myself for a bath, ignorant of the power of the current. As I took a step forward, the rushing current yanked my feet from under me and swept me toward the treacherous rapids. At that moment, a powerfully built man who happened to be bathing beside me seized my arm with a vice-like grip and pulled me toward him, then onto the riverbank. My rescuer then placed his right palm on my head and with great feeling chanted a series of mantras for my protection. This is how I first met Kailash Baba. A holy man who appeared well in his 60s, he had a powerful build and matted graying hair that he coiled around his head. When unwrapped, I would learn, it extended to the ground. Decades passed since he had cut any hair from his body. He had a square face, large brown eyes, high cheekbones, and a full mouth of teeth, something quite rare among old sadhus. All he wore was a single quilt garment that extended from his shoulders to his feet. In his hand, he carried an iron trident with a huge damaru drum tied to the top. This drum had 2 heads, each about 12 inches in diameter, on opposite ends of a hollow wooden drum base. Between the heads, a ball hung on a string. When the Baba shook it, the ball bounced back and forth, beating loudly on the drums. A metal begging bowl and an old blanket were his only other possessions. Kailash Baba was the first to instruct me in how to survive as a wandering ascetic. On cold nights, we slept on hillsides, often overlooking a river. One night he offered me his blanket, and although I at first refused to take it, he insisted. For many nights, we slept together under one blanket. He taught me how to procure food and medicine by identifying the edible roots, fruits, and leaves in the forest. Taking me into a village, he instructed me on the proper behavior in which a sadhu respectfully begs alms. Unlike the West, the begging of religious mendicants in rural India is considered an honorable way of life because the people receive so much in return from the sadhus they serve by giving alms. And as Kailash Baba was such an exalted person, I too felt that this was an exalted thing to do. He educated me in surviving on dried, flat, chipped rice because it is the cheapest food. Any grain merchant will gladly offer it. And because it does not spoil, it can sustain one in the jungle for weeks. All that is required for a meal is to add some stream water to a portion of it. He taught me also how to clean my body by brushing my teeth with the twig of the neem tree and washing my skin with mud from the riverbed. Beyond lessons in how to eat and clean myself, he taught me how to respect not just sacred rivers, temples, trees, the sun, the moon, and the sacred fire, but also snakes, scorpions, and wild animals. He did not speak English, but seemed to have a mystical ability to transmit ideas to me, particularly the idea that God was in the heart of all creatures. He taught me to see the soul within the heart of a poisonous snake, for example, and to show my honor and respect for the creature by giving it its space. And when among other sadhus, he trained me in the etiquette of how to address different denominations and how to eat with them. As we traveled alone together, he became more and more like a father to me, and he lavished affection on me as if I were his own son. Although we never talked, where there is affection of the heart, communication transcends all language barriers. By a simple gesture, pointing of the finger, smile or frown, he taught me whatever I was to learn. To an onlooker, he appeared to be a fearsome, unkempt mountain of a man, hardened by austerities and carrying an iron trident. But I found in him one of the kindest, gentlest men I ever met. Whatever simple food we collected, he always fed me to my satisfaction before he would take anything. When I resisted taking first, he easily defeated me by his innocent glance. In fact, every time he looked at me, affectionate tears filled his eyes. This man, a mountain of affection, drew a love from my heart like a lifelong friend. From him and the other people I was meeting, I had begun to learn more about the different manifestations of God, or deities that made up the pantheon of Hindu religion. I wasn't sure how I felt about all of these deities and the many forms they took. It was all quite foreign to me. But I could see the deep love and devotion these manifestations inspired. My mind was open, and I was eager to understand. A worshipper of Shiva, the aspect of God presiding over material existence and its destruction, Kailash Baba constantly chanted the mantra, Om Namah Shivaya. As we walked along the forest pathways, he would call out the names of Lord Shiva, Jai Shankar, Hey Vishwanath, Hey Kedaranathji, Hey Umamata. Whenever we were with other worshippers of Shiva or Shivites, we chanted together. When the chant reached its crescendo, Kailash Baba would enter into a trance and wildly play the damaru drum. It resounded almost to a deafening volume. That drum made the sadhus wild with joy. Madly they shook their heads, their matted hair whipping from side to side. Some clapped, while others sprang to their feet to perform a mystical dance. Among these homeless sadhus, Kailash Baba was highly revered. One aged ascetic in the forest confided to me that Kailash Baba could be several hundred years old. No one really knew his age. He possessed supernatural yogic powers to heal the sick and perform extraordinary feats. About 30 years ago, I witnessed his miracles, this man said. Crowds of people flocked to him, worshiping him as a god. But, he told me, Baba realized that divine life is not about powers or fame. He vowed never to speak of his powers or to make a show of them. He had neither disciples nor an ashram, but roamed alone in the forests of the Himalayas. I was not surprised to learn that Kailash Baba possessed great yogic powers, and I was impressed. But it was his character and devotion to his spiritual path that impressed me the most. As the days pass, I began to sense that Kailash Baba wished to enter into seclusion. I didn't want to impose myself on him, and I knew that it was time for me to move on. Bowing at his feet, I begged for his blessing. Baba laughed heartily and with tearful eyes hugged me with the strength of a bear, then offered his blessings with the recitation of a mantra. I was touched both by the unyielding quality of his detachment and the softness of his heart as he bid me farewell. Like a father and son, we loved each other. But as roaming sadhus, we sensed that we would never meet again. This bittersweet experience of developing dear relationships, then moving on never again to see the people I was meeting, was part of the life I had chosen. It was difficult for me, but the pain of separation kept the joy of our relationship alive in my heart. As I turned and walked away from Kailash Baba, I prayed never to forget him, and I never have. It was about this time that I shared my realizations in a letter to my family. Dear family, better to live in poverty than to sell one's soul for an empty palace of gold. Better to live unknown than to sell one's soul for the empty and futile pleasures of admiration, name, and fame. Where there is no inner freedom, there is no life. Better to die at once than to be deprived of seeking the ideal of one's life. I have been doing what I consider to be invaluable studies with great men and places of the East. Such study, please understand, takes much time. I have barely started to even approach the beginning of such a vast study. I am selfish and egotistical. I am ignorant and blind of truth. I am perhaps the farthest away from God. So it is that such a fool as me needs much time to see the blissful light of supreme truth that shines within you and me. Love, Richard. A spark of spiritual longing ignited in my childhood had been fanned into a flame while praying in a cathedral in Florence. It was kindled into a blaze while meditating on the Isle of Crete, and fueled higher and hotter by my challenges in the Middle East. Roaming the Himalayas in the company of holy men, that sacred fire in me now blazed furiously. Resigning my life to this purpose alone, I prayed to the Lord to help me. I was now 20 years old. My arduous lifestyle had reduced my weight to about 110 pounds. The one set of robes I wore were tainted gray by the silt of the rivers, ponds, and streams where I washed them. My skin had become coarse and toughened by the elements, my lips chapped with cracks, and my hair matted. I wore cheap rubber sandals, and my feet were dyed brown by soils and cracks formed around the border of my heels. The life I'd chosen was taking some toll on my health, but I showed little concern. My yearning for enlightenment now burned more brightly than ever. I loved my life as a homeless sadhu, and I rejoiced in anticipation of the next adventure and in being in the presence of magnificent souls who were advanced in their spiritual paths. Roaming through the forest, I often asked myself, will I ever find the one path I should tread, the teacher I should follow? One day, while in Dev-Prayag, I was invited to a nearby ashram for a meal among the sadhus. While there, a yogi emerged from the jungle. Nobody knew him. He advertised for the doctors of the town to assemble that evening. After several doctors arrived, the yogi made his appearance and then, with a thundering voice, challenged, "Materially infected, you have more faith in modern science than your own heritage. God has brought me out of the forest to crush your foolish pride. By yogic power, I will shut down all my life systems and die. You test me with your medical instruments. In exactly 30 minutes, I will rise from the dead." With his back erect, sitting in a lotus position, he inhaled and exhaled with great force about 20 times. Then, fully inhaling, he stopped breathing and sat motionless. Each doctor went to work with stethoscopes and other devices, but not one could detect a heartbeat, breath, or pulse. They were astonished. "He is clinically dead," one doctor announced. Skeptical, I also stepped forward and borrowed a stethoscope to check his pulse and heartbeat. But there was none. In New Delhi, Swami Rama had given me a spellbinding preview of the powers of yoga. During my time in the Himalayas, I had practiced pranayam, or breathing exercises, and asanas, physical postures, and silent meditation, to better attune my mind and body with the divine force of God. I had seen the incredible effects of these practices, the great benefits to health, and the ability of practitioners to modulate their physical realities. But this scene was truly amazing. Exactly 30 minutes later, to the second, the yogi exhaled, opened his eyes, stood up, and marched back into the jungles. He didn't ask anything from anyone. He simply wanted to show these skeptics the power of yoga. Both the doctors and myself gazed in amazement at his departing form, returning to the wilds. Wherever I traveled, people spoke reverentially of a woman saint named Anandamayi Ma. I myself had read of her extraordinary qualities in the classic Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramhamsa Yogananda, in the chapter entitled The Joy-Permeated Mother. On the bank of the Ganges at Dev-Prayag, a sadhu informed me that she was living in the Himalayan town of Dehradun. "I'm going by bus to visit the Holy Mother today," he said. "You're welcome to join me." Upon arrival, I entered into a quaint courtyard filled with the Mother's followers. All were eager to see her. My companion disappeared. A small crowd gathered around me to share stories of their guru's life. I was told that Anandamayi Ma, who was the guru of the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, was born in an obscure village in East Bengal at the dusk of the 19th century. From childhood, she was indifferent to the trappings of this world, and at times she bewildered her family by her spiritual trances. As her followers spoke to me about her ecstasies, miracles, and compassion, I became more enthralled than ever. Just then, everyone rose to their feet as a petite lady appeared in the assembly wearing a simple white sari. Greeting us with folded palms, her eyes glistened with joy and she sat on a chair. Thin and frail, she nonetheless emanated an unearthly power. Although the lines of time were drawn upon her wrinkled face, it shone like a playful child's. She appeared wise and sober, like a universal mother, and yet she also radiated the exuberance of an innocent little girl. Although her demeanor was as soft as the flower she held in her hand, one could feel that she possessed an indomitable willpower. Smiling upon us, she led everyone in chanting God's names, all the while clapping her hands. Then, after several moments of silence, she spoke words of love, wisdom, and selflessness. Love is everlasting forgiveness, she began. Wisdom is to see everything in relation to the whole. If you understand that everything belongs to Him, you will be free from all burdens. Gracefully touching her hand to her heart, she closed her eyes. All sorrow comes from the sense of I and mine. All sorrow is due to one's keeping apart from God. When you are with Him, all pain disappears. By sorrow does the Lord dispel sorrow. By adversity does He destroy adversity. When this is done, He sends no more suffering, no more adversity. This must be remembered at all times. My heart was deeply moved by the affectionate exchange between the mother and her children. A breeze rustled the leaves of the surrounding trees. Looking up, Anandamayi Ma paused from speaking and gazed on a chirping sparrow. With glances and smiles, everyone relished her tender mood. The world oscillates endlessly between pleasure and pain, she continued. There can be no security, no stability here. These are to be found in God alone. Suffering is sent to remind us to turn our thoughts to God, who will give us solace. Whenever you possibly can, sustain the flow of the sacred name. To repeat His name is to be in His presence. If you associate with the Supreme Friend, He will reveal His true being to you. Her gentle glance awakened faith and hope, and her simple, unassuming nature brought peace to my heart. Although she considered herself no more than a child, everyone present accepted her as mother. In the time I spent with her, I saw renounced sadhus, yogis, and swamis, who typically keep a distance from women, sit at her feet, seeking her blessings. One day, as I sat alone in a courtyard, Anandamayi Ma gracefully appeared. To show my reverence, I knelt down and touched her feet. Hopping backward, her face tensed with humility. She appeared embarrassed. Guilt rushed through me like a whirlwind. In her gentle presence, attempting to show my reverence and respect, I nonetheless felt that I had acted barbarically. What had I done? I understood that though she was an exalted being, she must humbly prefer followers to not touch her feet. Taking pity on me in my mortification, she sat on a nearby chair. With a childlike smile, her eyes rolled up into her head, and her eyelids fluttered and then closed. In the silence of that moment, she entered into a trance. I felt an aura of motherly affection beaming from her motionless form. Mystically, her face shone like an angelic child. An intimate silence prevailed as she came out of her trance, smiled, and motioned for me to come closer. Her eyes sparkled with affection, yet as I looked deeper into them, they appeared utterly blank from desires. Silently touching a lotus flower to her nose and lips, she placed it in my hand and then, rising from her seat, departed. Enshrining this experience in my heart, I carried on with my pilgrimage. Living as a sadhu, I was coming to appreciate was a serious life. Enduring the cold winter with no warm clothes or shelter other than the bare earth or a riverbank, jungle or cave. Being vulnerable to insects and animals both while awake and asleep. Having no help in sickness, and primarily being all alone. Still, I would not give it up. From Dehradun, I traveled northwest, higher into the Himalayas, to Uttarkashi, known by many as the Valley of the Saints. Since ancient times, yogis have taken shelter of this forest for solitude and meditation. Wandering about, I discovered a cave high in a mountain. From there, I gazed down into the forest. Over the course of days, I saw a leopard intently hunting through the foliage. One day he poised for an attack and sprang on an unsuspecting deer who sunk to the ground under the grip of the leopard's jaws. There were also nomadic packs of brown and white monkeys, sparring with one another, swinging from branch to branch in search of fruits and berries. Spotted deer chewed on green leaves, grass, and shrubs, while anxiously glancing from side to side in fear of predators. Birds of extraordinary colors flew about seeking buds, insects, or berries, while a king cobra slithered on the ground and up trees to devour prey. Unaware that a nearby mongoose was slinking behind, poised to tear it apart. These were my neighbors, and I a guest in their homeland. Remembering how Kailash Baba taught me to cultivate the proper attitude around such creatures, I prayed to be fearless. Everyone in all species must struggle for survival, as the strong exploit the weak. But in human life, I thought, there is something so much greater to pursue. Here in my forest dwelling, I would often take out from my bag and meditate on the picture of the blue boy who'd found me in New Delhi. I was increasingly drawn to this beautiful person playing the flute and wondered who he could be. Still, I asked no one. I felt his identity would be revealed according to God's plan. One spring day, sitting alone in the courtyard of a Himalayan temple, I listened to the stillness of the morning. Every so often, I could hear the low hum of a black bee drifting from flower to flower, seeking nectar. Observing it, I realized that I had adopted a similar life, moving from place to place, seeking to collect the nectar of spiritual wisdom and inspiration, but not clear enough about my desires to choose one place, one path, one teacher. Suddenly, in the distance, a baby cried for its mother. I also felt like a baby spiritually, though I lacked the spontaneous ability to cry so genuinely. When, I wondered, will the day come when I will cry like that baby for my beloved Lord? Later, as a Himalayan breeze whistled through the courtyard, rustling the sprouting leaves, I reflected on what it took to see the essence of life and shared my thoughts in a letter to my family. How is everything on that side of Mother Earth? I think maybe the more kind we are, the more kindness we will find everywhere. And the more good we are, the more good we will see everywhere. Richard. Suddenly, gongs resounded, and a few villagers gathered in the temple courtyard, which was nothing but a small clearing within a dense forest of huge banyan, neem, and tamarind trees, with wild animals slinking about in the crisp mountain air. The villagers worshipped a deity that stood in the form of a stone statue in a one-room brick temple. After bowing on the ground, the villagers gazed fervently at the deity while offering prayers, candles, and flowers. Due to my background with Judaism and my studies of Christianity and Islam, I felt a certain discomfort with this and did not participate. Was this idol worship? I didn't really know. Trying to restrain my judgmental tendencies, I hoped in the future to better understand. A fascinating soul came upon me that day, a wandering sadhu named Bal Shiva Yogi. Perhaps in his early 40s, he was small and pudgy. He had wavy black hair, a small nose that twitched repeatedly along with his eyebrows and twinkling eyes. He behaved like a restless juvenile. Frivolous and talkative, he told jokes and moved about in a nervous fashion. When begging for alms, he insisted on being given sweets, a trait I hadn't yet come across in a Himalayan mendicant. But when it came time for him to execute his yoga practices, he transformed into a pillar of intensity. His multifaceted personality made him charming company. Together, we passed a few days of close friendship until I felt a calling to enter the higher Himalayas. When I said goodbye, Bal Shiva Yogi clasped my arm. "No," he said, "I insist you come to my lecture this evening. Please?" The more I declined, the more he pleaded. I finally relented. Once at the lecture hall, I looked out over a crowd of several hundred people who had gathered before a raised platform on which Bal Shiva Yogi stood. I sat on a chair to the left side of the stage. He began the program by opening his empty hand for all to see, closed it again, went into a meditative state, and, to the crowd's astonishment, opened his hand to reveal a long black stone. It was a Shiva Lingam, a deity form of Lord Shiva. It appeared that the stone had grown right out of his hand. The crowd was transfixed. As far as I could see, this was not a magic trick. This was real magic. He placed the Shiva Lingam on a podium. Then, chanting mantras, he induced ashes to materialize from his hand. These mystical ashes poured constantly from his bare palm, showering the lingam. In about a minute, the stone was buried under a hill of ashes. The audience, myself included, was spellbound. An elderly man stood and praised the yogi, while an old woman gazed at him as if he were a god. As the demonstration concluded, the crowd came forward to worship him. Moving back, I marveled at how such a simple, restless man could possess such powers. Raising his open palm, Bal Shiva Yogi addressed the assembly in a thundering voice. Ladies and gentlemen, what you have just seen is called Prapti Siddhi, a yogic art. It is only viewed as supernatural if you do not understand the science. Through yogic discipline, a person can learn to manipulate the gross elements of nature by controlling the subtle elements with the mind. Tensing his eyebrows, he warned, "But do not be fooled. What you saw is not spiritual. Rather, it is a material skill attained through meditation and austerities. I am not God, nor is anyone else who performs such supernatural feats. I am just an ordinary man with some yogic powers." With both hands, he threw some of the ashes into the air and declared, "I can create ashes, God can create universes." He paused for a moment and, staring into the audience, bellowed out his final message. True spiritual life is to know that you are beyond the body, mind, and ego, and realize the soul within, and to realize God and be godly. This alone will bring peace. As the crowd lined up to receive his blessings, Bal Shiva Yogi came to where I stood. "Are you happy you stayed?" he asked. "Yes, thank you," I said. I had been deeply impressed by his powers, of course, but more than that, I appreciated his honesty about what was truly important. I understood that if I stayed and studied with any one of these accomplished yogis, that I too might learn to perform certain feats. But I also understood that this is not at all the goal of spiritual life. "Please bless me to realize your words," I said. Laughing aloud, he embraced me like an old friend. Then he held open his hand to bless me, closed it, and opened it again to reveal a sacred Rudraksha bead, a raw, reddish seed covered with ashes. He placed it in my hand as the gift of his vibhuti, or blessing. As I roamed back into the forest, I thought about what I had just seen. It was incredible, but after my time in the Himalayas, not shocking. What was most incredible in what Bal Shiva Yogi had done is that those people were about to worship him as a god, but he stopped them. In America, athletes are worshipped for their speed and power, entertainers for their beauty and talents, scientists for their theories and inventions, politicians for their speeches and influence, scholars for their intellectual skills, and businessmen and women for their wealth. In India, yogis are worshipped for their mastery over subtle energies. Bal Shiva Yogi's honesty impressed me. True spirituality is to realize God and be godly, not to show off one's powers. Because they don't appreciate God's power, People are fascinated by these kinds of feats. Taking a seat under a sprawling banyan tree, I reflected on why people were so anxious to see such things. Everywhere we look, we witness the unsurpassable miracles of God. But because we see them constantly, we take them for granted. Picking up a seed, I examined it. God has put a gigantic banyan tree in this tiny seed, and each seed produces thousands more seeds. That's a miracle. And in a single cloud, so light it floats in the air, he stores enough water to flood an entire city. When a male and female come together to procreate, they have no engineering plan on how the child will develop at each stage. It just happens. What a miracle! Every species is empowered with amazing talents to fly, swim, run, climb trees, walk up walls, or create civilizations. Could all this be happening by random chance? Creation is nothing but one amazing miracle after another. It was hard not to feel awed that a human could move the material world in such ways. But Baal Shiva Yogi had rightly challenged his spellbound audience. I can create ashes, God can create universes. Chapter 6. I was sitting on a lonely Himalayan footpath one day when a fearsome tribe of perhaps 20 men approached. They were holding iron tridents crowned with human skulls, and each held their trident like a processional flag. Heavy coils of matted hair were piled on their heads, and their knotted beards swung in rhythm to their march. From their dreadlocks to their bare feet, a thick covering of ashes covered their flesh, and strands of rudraksha beads hung from their necks. On their foreheads, they smeared the three-line symbol of Shiva, and around their waists they wrapped iron chains draped with bright red loincloths to cover their groins. Except for the loincloths, they were naked, even in the biting cold. Some remained naked completely. These were the Naga Babas, avowed to celibacy for life. The Nagas often performed tantric methods to kill sexual desire or mystically transform it into psychic powers. Ignoring social conventions, many roam naked as a discipline. Their unshorn hair was but one act of diverting attention away from the body completely, a form of renunciation. The Nagababa sect has existed since prehistoric past, and some Naga sects have fought as armies against the Mughal and British conquerors, Buddhists, and even other sects of Hindus. My mind burned with eagerness to understand why anyone would choose such a severe life. I mustered my courage and asked to travel with them. One among them who spoke English asked the others. They displayed their approval by raising their tridents high above their heads, shouting Jai Shankar, and dragging me by the arm into their entourage. I was quickly accepted as a brother. After walking many miles, we stopped on the bank of a river to set up camp, where a priest named the Dhuni Baba gathered wood and lit a sacred fire. All the Naga Babas sat around it. I, too, approached the fire to sit among them. A horrifying shriek jolted my wits. Turning, I saw Duni Baba screaming in rage, bolting toward me with his trident raised over his head. His eyes blazed red, lips quivered, and limbs trembled as he waved the trident over my head. Shouting curses, the assembly of Nagas unleashed furious stares at me. I was utterly bewildered. What had I done? Was my life to end by the trident of the Naga Babas? I prayed. One of the Babas, his face contorted with disgust, pointed to my rubber sandals. I yanked them off and hurled them far into the jungle. The Nagas stared. Everything was still as I held my breath. The Nagas erupted into hearty laughter and welcomed me to sit among them. As the tension broke, I exhaled and drew in a breath of mountain air, taking my seat on the cold ground, but still quite bewildered. The one Naga who spoke some English explained, "The sacred fire is our temple. No shoes allowed." Actually, we are not angry. This is our method to teach you a lesson you will never forget. Duni Baba has given you much kindness today. I solemnly promised that I would never forget this lesson. Duni Baba grinned. In the center of the sacrificial fire, they planted an upright trident representing Shiva. Then, chanting mantras, they offered oblations of clarified butter, and at a certain point in the ceremony, presented a clay pipe called a chillum before the altar. Still chanting mantras, they ceremoniously filled the chillum with a type of marijuana called ganja and gave the first honors to a senior Naga. He reverentially held the chillum to his forehead and chanted incantations before puffing it. Then they passed the pipe around the fire, each Naga chanting mantras before smoking. When it was passed to me, I hesitated. My mind flashed back to that smoke-filled cellar in Kandahar, Afghanistan, where I made a promise before the Lord. As respectfully as I could, I declined. A hush fell over the Nagas. They stared at me with discontent and then erupted into shouts of Mahaprasad, Mahaprasad, Shankar Mahaprasad. The English-speaking Naga translated, "This is Shiva's mercy. You must honor it with us. It will help you to meditate on the infinite. If you refuse, it is a punishable offense." The rest of them stared at me like a vengeful mob. "I vowed to never take intoxicants," I said softly. He translated my words to the Nagas, and they fell into an eerie silence. Then one of them stood up to gather wood and fed it into the sacred fire. Pausing, he stared at me and shook his head in disapproval. My head swirled. Is this fire going to be my funeral pyre? Suddenly, all the Nagas smiled at me. Duni Baba affectionately rubbed my head and laughed. They honored my vow to abstain from ganja. To my relief, an iron pot was placed on the fire for cooking dinner. When the cooking of the rice and dal was done, Duni Baba offered a part of it into the fire while chanting mantras. The remainder became the sanctified food called prasad and was served to the assembled Nagas. That night we all slept near the fire, and in the morning, after bathing in the chilly river, I watched as they smeared their bodies with the ashes of the sacred fire, which they did whenever crematorium ashes were not close by. Perhaps because of the bitter cold, The fire was the most popular place to be. Some of them smoked ganja, while other Nagas meditated or chanted mantras on their Rudraksha beads. Then before my eyes, an elder Naga, sitting motionless in the lotus posture, slowly levitated about a foot above the ground. Another Baba near the fire did the same. I pinched myself to be sure I wasn't dreaming. No, I was awake, just in another world, a world of rough and rowdy mendicants, aloof to everything but their own reality. Everywhere there are outlaws who break the law, and here, retreating in their forest hideout, are these Naga Babas who effortlessly break the laws of gravity. They are so much in harmony with the natural laws that they are free to play with them as they like. While the two Nagas floated in the air, I looked around to see the others' reaction. The rest of the Nagas paid no attention. Levitating was common practice to them. The next morning we received a summons from the Naga tribe's guru. We traveled to the forest where, I was told, their guru was performing his severe yogic meditation while sitting for days in the lotus posture without movement, food, or water. As we strode through the bushes, the English-speaking Naga who had become my translator enlightened me about their leader. He abandoned his home at the age of 12 to become a Naga Baba. Strict in yogic discipline, he never indulges in smoking ganja or any intoxication like many of us. Nor does he engage in any sensual pleasure. Meditating almost constantly, he has attained supernatural powers that are a wonder to see. He seldom speaks, but when he does, everybody listens. It took 6 hours until we came to a clearing in the forest where the Naga's guru presided. His enormous body was folded in the lotus posture, and his form pulsated with power. Perhaps in his 70s, his gray matted hair extended down his back and stretched several feet on the ground. Naked and covered with a thick layer of ashes, his eyes were shut in meditation. One Naga Baba beat a primitive kettle drum with a tree branch, while another blew a buffalo horn to rouse the guru and announce our arrival. The guru slowly opened his eyes. Without blinking, he stared at me. I shivered. All the Nagas gathered around to witness the event. There was pin-drop silence. A deep growling voice emerged from the guru's mouth as he bellowed out, "Why waste your life? You become Naga." Smashing his fist against his massive bare chest, he boomed out, "Naga will conquer illusion. Naga is man." Aiming his finger into my face, he slowly shook his head and blasted, "You become Naga Baba. Now, not tomorrow, now." The guru's stare sizzled right through me. Feeling like a tiny mouse in the presence of a roaring lion, I wondered if his mere glance would reduce me to ashes. He waited for my answer, as did they all. What should I say? What was to come? I had to follow my heart. I stood in silence. Long seconds passed. The Naga Guru seemed to be staring right into my mind. In that silence, I now felt confident that he would understand me, would understand that while I appreciated his path, it was not my own. With a gaze of acknowledgement, he raised his thick, powerful hand, and closing his eyes in meditation, he offered me his blessing. "Yes, God will help you." The Naga Babas praised my good fortune. and went back to their activities. Through yogic discipline, this Naga guru radiated an unearthly power that invoked both awe and fear, and his determination seemed unshakable as the Himalayas. I was honored to meet him, but felt I had better move on. The next day I bowed to the leader, asking for blessings to carry on my pilgrimage. The Nagas raised their tridents and shouted their blessing, Jai Shankar. Turning around, I walked alone through the forest path, barefoot. This particular sect of Naga Babas shared a rare camaraderie. Their loyalty to the sect and to each other was real and for life. Wherever they roamed, onlookers often shook with fear, for they were wild, rough, and lived severely. But in their own way, it was all in the search for God. I set out to visit Badrinath, high in the Himalayas. Traditionally, when a man was in the last stage of life, he would trek to Badrinath and never return. But it proved an impossible journey for me, as the paths were impassable due to snow and avalanches. Returning to Rishikesh, I found myself at one of the most prominent ashrams, Swargashram, where to my delight I was invited to a special feast for all sadhus. All the sadhus sat on the ground together in lines, one line facing another to honor the spiritual food or prasad that had been prepared for us. Watching how much these old sadhus could eat on such occasions, I was amazed and promptly followed suit. When we finished, we washed our hands, and many of us lay left side down on the ground, a traditional method for aiding digestion. After resting, I set out to explore the area. While meandering along a footpath, I met with some wealthy pilgrims who were fascinated to see a Western boy living among the sadhus. We spent the rest of the afternoon conversing on a veranda. Toward early evening, a yogi, in his late 30s, begged for charity, but my hosts ignored him. Irate, he fixed his mind to teach them a good lesson. First, he stood on a chair and reached up to unscrew a glowing light bulb from its socket. Standing before the pilgrims, he crushed the hot bulb with his bare hand. When he opened his fist, he showed us how he had ground it into a fine powder. Amazingly, there was not a trace of blood or single cut in his hand. And this was only the beginning of his performance. He then poured all the fine glass powder into his mouth, and drinking a cup of Ganges water, swallowed it all. The wealthy pilgrims were astounded. Reaching into their pockets, they each gave him a generous donation and asked if he would show them more of his powers. For his next feat, the yogi went to a nearby construction site to claim a long pole of steel rebar. Covering one eye with a thick patch of cloth, he balanced one end of the metal pole on his eye socket and the other against a wall. Then he slowly walked forward toward the wall. The metal pole bent more and more with each step until he actually reached the wall. Bending the two ends of the pole together with his bare eye. Tossing the now U-shaped rod aside, he removed the cloth to reveal an eye that was bright red with irritation, but undamaged. I had seen so many of these powers among yogis, it had become quite ordinary to me. But the pilgrims now lavished more money on him, asking how he gained his powers. While massaging his eye with his palm, he explained, "For 20 years I lived with my guru in a Himalayan cave. Guruji taught me that I was using the powers he taught me for prestige and monetary gain. Rejecting me, he exiled me from the ashram and cursed me to go back into society. Dropping the people's money into his cloth pouch, he continued, "Now I am raising money to get married. Having been trained as a yogi, this is the only way I know to make a living." Although I had been learning from everyone, from Swami Rama, who altered his heartbeat and moved objects with his mind, to my energetic friend who materialized the Rudraksha bead, that such feats were not to be revered above simple devotion to God. It wasn't until this moment that I realized mystic powers were not necessarily spiritual at all. Those who were able to counteract the apparent laws of nature had naturally impressed me. So much of what I'd seen seemed miraculous. Now I saw that such feats, unconnected to a meaningful search for God, were truly insubstantial. I was looking for more. The Himalayas had given me much, but I did not yet know what form my worship would take, and sought to expose myself to the rich variety of worship in India as a whole. Promise of visiting Varanasi, a highly spiritual city praised in Indian literature, and learning more about Buddhism and its practitioners at Bodh Gaya, lured me to travel southeast into the plains. I was about to descend from the Himalayas, but I knew I would be back. These 4 months had seemed like a lifetime and had given me much to digest. Returning to my cherished rock in the Ganges, I listened to the river's song. There my Himalayan experiences flashed across the screen of my mind. There was the sadhu who instructed me to submerge my Western clothes in the river and granted me the robes of a mendicant. The jewels of wisdom I collected while watching the river, offering my harmonica into the Ganges and receiving her sweet song. Swami Chidananda's simplicity and wisdom, Maharishi's blessings in dreams, Tatwala Baba's absorption in meditation, the leper woman's blessing, Kailash Baba's fatherly kindness, Anandamayi Ma's motherly compassion, Bal Shiva Yogi's yogic powers, the Naga Baba's unique teaching techniques, and the lessons I learned from the rivers, mountains, trees, sky, and wild animals. As I bade farewell to the Himalayan mountains and all of the people there, it seemed as though I had been living in these forests for the better part of my life. Chapter 7. To reach Varanasi, I boarded a train to Delhi. Through my window, I watched as the plains of India spread out before me. Expansive fields, some barren and others lush, were plowed by pairs of oxen or buffalo and followed by barefoot men clinging to the plows. Gradually, the scenery turned to villages, then towns. Then, accosted by the smell and taste of diesel fumes, we entered New Delhi. Horns blared, truck engines roared, and people crowded everywhere. Hawkers yelled, children shouted, and money changers struck deals. The Himalayan forests were now far away, replaced by a polluted city teeming with a population of millions. Wandering near the fountain at Connaught Circus, I heard a shout, "Monk, I can't believe it!" A moment later, a blonde-haired traveler ran up and grabbed my hand. It was Sean, a traveling friend who kept a small Canadian flag plastered to his backpack. We had met at Piccadilly Circus in London amid the counterculture. Happy to see him, I was nonetheless coming from a whole other world, and I was ill-prepared for the encounter to come. As we spoke, Sean's language, mannerisms, and interests seemed so crude and uninterested. What was happening? I politely listened as he gossiped about people we knew, his views of world politics, places where he got high, and his bouts with dysentery, even down to the detail of the texture of his stool. I wanted to run away. Less than a year ago, I enjoyed his company. Why was it so different now? Had he changed? I took a deep breath and suddenly realized that it was I who had changed. Until this meeting with an old friend, I couldn't fathom the degree I had changed. In Sean's company, it felt as if I had transformed into a totally different person. For a moment, it was startling. I felt dizzy and my limbs trembled. I realized that I had to be more balanced in dealing with a world that had been so familiar, yet was now so foreign to me. As Sean rambled on, I looked within. There I saw again how the association and environment we choose can mold our character down to the fundamental views of life. Nearby, the massive fountain gushed a constant stream of water high into the air. Reaching its peak, each drop of the water fell down and splashed into the pond. Watching, I prayed not to fall into the vicious trap of becoming judgmental. Because of my unconventional choices in life, I had been on the receiving end of judgmental attitudes time and again, and couldn't live with myself if I did the same to others. Still, that tendency to criticize was so strong. I might no longer agree with Sean's ideas or ways, but why shouldn't I respect him as a soul that originated from the same divine source and carry on with the life I now held as sacred? All these thoughts flowed through my mind as I carried on the conversation. After some time, Sean invited me to join him for lunch. I politely excused myself. "It's been great meeting with you, monk," he said with an enthusiastic handshake. "It's been enlightening meeting with you, Sean." From that day on, whenever I passed through New Delhi, I stayed at the Hanuman temple near Connaught Place, in the company of sadhus. Continuing my journey to Varanasi, my train stopped in Agra, home of the Taj Mahal. One of the luxuries of riding third class was that one could impulsively get down anywhere and later jump into another train heading towards your destination. How could a person stop in Agra and not visit the 17th century tomb glorified as one of the wonders of the world? Entering the massive outer gate, I beheld a long pool of water lined with cypress trees. On both sides were flower-filled Persian gardens. At the distant end of the pool stood the Taj Mahal, with a backdrop of blue sky and the river Yamuna. Moving closer, I admired the hand-carved white marble inlaid with semi-precious jewels, both inside and out. While resting in a garden, I read a booklet on its history and learned that a Mughal king had the monument built when his favorite wife died, and that it was meant to be her tomb. Taking 22 years to complete and 20,000 workmen and craftsmen, the monument was finally completed in 1648. Legend told that the hands of the gifted craftsmen were then severed to assure that there would be no duplication. In his later life, one of the king's own sons usurped the kingdom, exiled or killed his brothers, and imprisoned his own father. Looking up from the book, I tried to make sense of it all. After constructing magnificent palaces, forts, mosques, and the Taj Mahal, the king was conquered and imprisoned by his own son. In the confines of prison, he suffered miserably while his family battled and murdered one another. I reflected, such is the pitiful consequence of greed for power. In the heart that harbors the weed of selfish greed, the flower of love cannot survive. To conquer one's envy, lust, and greed, now that is truly monumental. I continued my journey to the ancient city of Varanasi, named Benares by the British. Glorified through the holy scriptures of India by the name Kashi and considered by millions of Hindus to be the holiest of all cities. It was especially dear to those who worship God as Lord Shiva. I wandered over to the Ganges. The sun was rising. Ancient stone steps called ghats extended in both directions, leading down to the river as far as my eyes could see. Tens of thousands of residents and pilgrims were gathered to perform their ritualistic bath. Clouds of incense smoke wafted toward the heavens. Cymbals chimed, bells rang, horns trumpeted, drums beat rhythmically, flutes emitted sweet melodies, and stringed instruments droned sacred ragas. Countless flowers and garlands were offered into the river's current. In all directions, people chanted songs, hymns, and mantras, which merged together in tribute to the Lord. The worshippers wore their most colorful saris, turbans, and garments to honor Mother Ganges. Merchants set up hills of bright red, yellow, green, orange, and blue powders along the steps, with dozens of large umbrellas shading them from the day's sun. Devotees offered incense, flaming lamps, conch shells, cloths, jewels, and fans. In the river, throngs of worshippers offered prayers, oblations, and rituals as men, women, children, cows, buffaloes, goats, monkeys, and elephants took their baths. Sacred food was given freely. Carts everywhere sold snacks and religious articles. It was a grand festival of religious fervor. Entering into the contagious enthusiasm of the crowds, I took my morning bath. Afterwards, I visited the temple of Kashi Vishwanath, an ancient temple at the heart of Varanasi. According to the scriptures, Lord Shiva and his consort goddess Parvati once resided there. Throughout history, saints, kings, and common people made pilgrimages to this temple, which so outraged a Mughal conqueror that he destroyed it and built a huge mosque in its place. At that time, however, the Hindus had hidden the deity of Lord Shiva, and later they established it in a new temple Now, once again, tens of thousands came to worship each day. One day while exploring Varanasi, I heard the sound of wailing women. A funeral procession was passing through the narrow alleyways leading to the river. The corpse lay on a bamboo stretcher decorated with flowers and was carried on the shoulders of loved ones. Walking behind the body, men were soberly restraining their emotions, and behind were women sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing their suffering, I was affected. I followed along behind and approached the funeral pyre to observe the final rites. It was so different from anything I had witnessed in the West. There on the burning ghats of Varanasi, I contemplated the mystery of death, the same mystery that philosophers have struggled to comprehend for millennia. Praying to gain deeper insight, I made a decision. From sunrise to sunset, I would sit on the bank of the Manikarnika burning ghat to meditate on the inevitable reality of death. Many Hindus believe that it is a great fortune to die in Varanasi near the Ganges, for it is said that Lord Shiva comes and whispers the name of Rama, the Supreme Lord and source of eternal pleasure, in the ear of the dying, thus assuring liberation from the cycle of birth and death. For this reason, many pilgrims come to Varanasi at the end of life. Sitting at a place just overlooking the burning bodies, I observed the relatives and friends as they were forced to see the reality of death face to face. After a chanting and crying procession through the streets, the body was placed on a pyre of wooden logs and then decorated with sacred objects to the recitation of prayers, mantras, and sacred texts. To conclude the last rites, the eldest son or closest relative walked around the body, sprinkling it with Ganges water, then touched a flaming torch to the pyre. The burning of the body signified the release of the spirit, and the flames represented Rama, the Creator. The fire then began its work. Its flames raged higher and higher as black smoke drifted toward the heavens. At this point, many of the mourners offered a final prayer, bathed in the river, and departed. But I remained, carefully observing the final moments of the corpse. The hair sizzled into nothingness. The flesh shriveled away. Organs melted and bones crumbled. Gradually the flames devoured the entire body. In the end, nothing remained but a pile of ashes. These were then carefully swept into the current of Mother Ganges, the final resting place. Such was the grand finale of a person's life. In the background of it all was the sweet song of Mother Ganges, calling us back to an eternal reality. At times in her song arose the Hare Krishna mantra, which I chanted while reflecting on death. In course of time, the body would be placed in the earth or fire. If the body is really what friends and family members love, then why do they destroy it? I thought, it's not the body that people love, but the soul. The body is a temporary vehicle. Without the soul, the body is like a car without a driver. I see through my eyes, smell through my nose, taste through my tongue, hear through my ears, feel through my skin, think through my brain, and love through my heart. But who am I? Who is the witness, enjoyer, and sufferer that activates my body? I contemplated this question while witnessing body after body preparing to enter into the holy river. Regardless of race, sex, nationality, education, wealth, or religion, in due course, all bodies will be carried away by the river of time, the ultimate equalizer. Sleeping on riverbanks or under trees and begging for some cheap grains to eat, this was the life I had chosen. Except for the times I succumbed to dysentery, I was in fair health. The cloth given to me in Rishikesh, which I still wore, had gradually faded and tattered. My hair had grown longer. My feet were calloused and scarred from roaming the jungles, fields, villages, and cities barefoot. All I carried now was a wooden begging bowl, a walking stick, a cloth bag filled with books, and a religious picture I had bought with my last money. My heart soared with joy because I believed so deeply in the goal I pursued. Life was a school, and I had become its eager student. Something inside pushed me forward to see more and learn more. Something inside probed me to wander from place to place, person to person, not letting me settle down. Who or what was that something? I believed it was God, the presence who throughout my life had always been with me, whom I prayed to as a child, feeling him so distant but so close, whom I shamefully betrayed again and again as a teenager, and whom now I longed to know and to love. In Varanasi, I heard of another holy place of Shiva, Pashupatinath, where it was said that on one particular night one's prayers were sure to be fulfilled. Both the promise and adventure thrilled me. I traveled about 250 miles northeast by train and on the rears of trucks to the Kathmandu Valley in Nepal, where thousands of pilgrims flocked to the temple of Pashupatinath. Being a foreigner, I was rejected entry. But I had come so far and was determined to worship that night and pray for a blessing, to find my way to God's love. At much risk, I covered myself with sacrificial ashes and entered. It was a profound experience that also had me questioning the foundations of my faith and my direction in life. The next morning I set out to cross back into India. I was heading about 200 miles south of Pashupatinath in the state of Bihar to Bodh Gaya, the holiest place on earth for Buddhists. 2,500 years ago, Prince Siddhartha Gautama escaped the luxuries of his royal palace to seek a solution to the sufferings of birth, old age, disease, and death. For 6 years he lived as an ascetic, enduring self-inflicted pain, starvation, and exposure to the elements, all in pursuit of liberation. Realizing the limitations of that path, he ultimately came to Gaya, where he sat in the meditative lotus posture under a peepal tree and vowed not to move until his goal of enlightenment was attained. Like Satan's temptations to Jesus in the wilderness, Maya, the power of illusion, tempted Siddhartha with every possible pleasure, but he remained fixed in his resolve. Under this sacred peepal tree in Bodh Gaya, he became the Buddha, the enlightened one. From that time on, the tree has been worshipped as the Bodhi tree, or the tree of enlightenment. Under the Bodhi tree, I studied books on Lord Buddha's teachings and gratefully meditated from sunrise to sunset. Meditating under the Bodhi tree, I felt that a flow of dynamic energy was lifting me out of my body and mind into space. In the 1960s, authors like D.T. Suzuki and Alan Watts were popularizing Zen Buddhism in the West. I had studied some of their writings and found its simplicity and directness appealing. When it came to my attention that a Zen master from Japan was teaching the way of Zen in Bodh Gaya, I was excited to have the chance to attend his lectures. About 15 students, half Indian and half Western, assembled in the meditation room. Eagerly anticipating our first sight of the master, a bell rang, and the revered Japanese teacher entered. His head was shaven, and he wore long, flowing black robes. Carrying a bamboo rod in hand, he slowly sat on the floor, back erect. A shaft of sunlight highlighted his striking features as he addressed us. "I will be your master. Your master will teach you the original way of Zen, as it has been passed down from a long tradition." The rhythmic way he spoke had a hypnotic effect. "The source of all suffering is desire," he began. "And desire arises from the mind's attachments to the senses. Freedom is to empty the mind of all thoughts. To have no mind or thought is satori, the liberated state." His eyes shut tightly in concentration as he explained that Zen is to understand the meaning of life directly, without being distracted by logical thoughts or words. "You are Buddha," he said, "but you must discover it yourself. All beings are Buddha, as ice in essence is water," he recalled. The great D.T. Suzuki has written that the practice of Zen means a life of humility, a life of labor, a life of service, a life of prayer and gratitude, and a life of meditation. He then described his method of discipline. "Your master will be strict, and you must obey every word and observe silence at all times. Yes?" Everyone nodded. He began to lay down the law. "You must pay no tribute to the senses, no sex, no intoxications, no games, and no music. You will eat only when and what your master gives you." The new students began to squirm, while the seniors reassured them. He continued, "Your master will teach you with koans, paradoxical puzzles that will liberate you from rational thought. Your master will teach you kinhin, walking meditation, and zazen, sitting meditation. There will be 3 sessions of group meditation or zazen every day, 1 to 2 hours each. You will be absolutely still. Any motion will be corrected by the punishment of your master's rod." Folding his hands on his lap, he then taught us a technique to empty our minds by sitting and concentrating on the intersection of the floor and the wall. Nothing else. When your master rings the bell, you begin. You will end only when your master rings the second bell. In the first evening session, my shoulder ached, so I moved it slightly. Whack! The bamboo stick lashed my shoulder. I never moved again. Anyone who moved was disciplined with the bamboo rod of chastisement. As our limbs ached and mosquitoes feasted on our blood, the whack of wood against flesh was quite common. Finally, we were saved by the master's bell. All the students surrendered to the point of shaving their heads. Everyone but me. I did not have the heart to commit my life like the others. I just didn't feel the conviction or will to do so. When the 14-day course ended, I thanked the master and departed. I felt the regimented lifestyle he demanded and the almost constant meditation to be a good experience. But there was something I couldn't name in the experience that made me suspicious. Some days later, just coming out of meditation under the Bodhi tree, I met a young American couple, two of Master's faithful followers. When I asked how they were, the woman began to cry. "You won't believe what happened after you left the ashram," she said. I can't imagine. Under the Bodhi tree, I braced myself. With a long, heavy sigh, she sat down next to me and began her story. Late at night, Jonathan went outside to use the toilet. He happened to see something very, very strange. Rubbing her eyes, she paused to collect her emotions. "Do you remember Pam, one of his American disciples?" I nodded. Well, she was entering the master's quarters. She came out nervously hours later. The next few nights, Jonathan hid in the banana grove to watch. To his dismay, he observed the same thing. When he broke the news to us, well, we felt we just had to interrogate her. Pam admitted the truth. Master was having a full-on affair with her every night. The young woman sobbed into a handkerchief and looked up at me again. We were betrayed. A sinking feeling came over me. She continued, relating how they had tested Master by secretly putting LSD in his tea. Under the influence, he revealed himself for what he was. You should have heard him. He went berserk on a complete ego trip. She deepened her voice and shook her finger in my face in imitation of the master. You must obey only me. I am the enlightened one. All others are frauds. If you dare to question my words or actions, you are doomed. She finished by saying that all his disciples had left him. My heart pained. I lamented hearing such news about one of my teachers. After my American friends departed, I tried to make sense of it. The Zen master had been extremely strict with his students, but not with himself. He had misrepresented a long tradition of sincere teachers. Unfortunately, such hypocrisy stains the image of all the world's great traditions. I pondered. An irresponsible leader can break the hearts and faith of his followers and raise suspicion even toward those who are genuine. what pain his hypocrisy caused to those who trusted him, and just see what it has done to his own life. How essential it is to live what we believe. How vital it is to practice what we preach. Throughout the scenic terrain of Bodh Gaya were scattered temples representing the various Buddhist nations of Asia. I wandered the countryside visiting these sanctuaries. In the peaceful setting of the Burmese Bihar or temple, I met Satya Narayan Goenka. A year or so before, this teacher had come from Burma to teach an ancient technique of meditation. He invited me to attend a 10-day course beginning the next day. Moved by his sincerity, I became his student, along with a dozen others. Goenkaji, as we called him, became like an affectionate father to all of us. His silvering hair was neatly parted to the side, and his clean-shaven face radiated peace. A blue-checkered cloth called a lungi was wrapped around his waist, extending to his ankles, and he wore a white button-down shirt. As he sat in a cross-legged position, Goenkaji shared with us the story of his own life. Born in 1924, he was from an Indian family that settled in Burma to pursue business. Although he attained great wealth and prestige, he was quite miserable, suffering migraine headaches and mental anxieties. He told us in 1955, I came in contact with my revered teacher, Sayagyu Ubakin. The experience changed my life, and I learned from him for the next 14 years. His teachings represent a tradition that traced back to the Buddha. He explained, the Buddha never taught a sectarian religion. Rather, he taught Dhamma, or Dharma, the way to liberation. He taught us that vipassana, which means to see things as they really are, was one of India's most ancient techniques of meditation. He continued, it was rediscovered by Gautam Buddha more than 2,500 years ago and was taught by him as a universal remedy for universal ills. Goenkaji spoke about his teacher with immense gratitude. Although Ubakin was a householder and not a monk, he mastered the art of practicing and teaching vipassana. To fulfill a great dream, he blessed me to bring vipassana meditation back to India, the country of its origin. In Goenkaji, I found a man of honesty and integrity. He was easy to trust. His teachings were simple and direct. 3 times a day we had group meditation, and each evening he lectured. Through this meditation, he said, you will learn to observe life within and without, to witness it with neutrality, detached from the conceptions of pleasure and pain, success or failure, and happiness or distress. In this way, the mind gradually finds more and more subtle states of peace, and from peace, compassion awakens. Each day in the mid-morning, I had private discussions with Goenkaji, and we became very close. With sincere concern, he extended himself to each of his students, and he asked nothing in return. His powerful presence and conviction sheltered his small following. At the conclusion of the 10-day course, he invited me to attend his upcoming courses in Bombay. I agreed to meet him there. For several days, I practiced vipassana under the sacred Bodhi tree from sunrise to sunset and prayed to the temple's golden Buddha for blessings. From Bodh Gaya, I traveled northwest to Radhanath. It was in the deer park that Buddha inaugurated his preaching mission. There I studied the Bodhisattva vow, in which one follows in the Buddha's footsteps by making one's life a sacrifice of compassion for those who are suffering in the illusions of the world. While contemplating this virtue, I decided to travel to Calcutta to seek the blessings of a selfless soul, of whom I had heard so much about, Mother Teresa. I traveled east by train to the Howrah station in Calcutta. Struggling through the crowds, I wandered on to the Kali Ghat on the bank of the Ganges. It was early morning as I walked to the temple of Goddess Kali, a form of the compassionate energy of Lord Shiva, who in particular destroys evil. Swarms of people crowded on the entrance lane. Shops displayed pictures of the sword-wielding goddess with her long tongue hanging down. Shopkeepers yelled out, "Jabamala," while holding up blood-red garlands of hibiscus flowers. Each trumpet-shaped red flower, which was dear to the goddess, had 5 petals and a long, drooping red stamen protruding from the center, resembling the pictures of Kali's tongue. Incense and jewelry were stacked up in overcrowded stalls, while piles of milk sweets, flowers, coconuts, and red powder were aggressively sold as offerings to the goddess. Deafening music blared from speakers as pilgrims, shopkeepers, and beggars collided. Lines of lepers, widows, and the lame sat staring at the passers-by with hands stretched out, crying for charity. I wanted to give them something to alleviate their misery, yet I had nothing to offer but a sad smile and my prayers. At the entrance gate, amid shoving and chattering, hundreds of people were streaming in and out of Kali's temple. I was not prepared for what I was about to witness. Across from the goddess's altar were sacrificial altars stained with blood and flesh. Squealing frantically, a black goat was being lifted by the legs as its head was inserted between bloody staves. Bare-chested and chanting mantras, a priest swung a large, wide, curved knife down and swack, severed the head of the goat. Blood spurted from its neck. A lifeless head, its eyes looking into nothingness, fell with an eerie thump to the ground, while its body was immediately taken away for cooking to feed the poor. Nauseated, I rushed outside to the bank of the Ganges, struggling to make sense of it all. What a striking contrast, I thought, between the bloodshed I see here and the peaceful sages I lived among, who follow the same Hindu religion. I grappled to understand the apparent contradiction. Approaching an old sadhu who was reading a book and leaning back against a jackfruit tree, I revealed my dilemma. "Years ago," he began, "I was a priest in such a temple. With the sacrificial sword, I severed the heads of many animals, but repeated nightmares began to haunt my sleep." "Can you tell me about them?" I asked. "Yes, the goats I killed would invade my dreams, First, I saw them screaming in misery. Next, staring with vengeful eyes, they gored me with their horns and lacerated my flesh with their teeth. Then, a monstrous priest with a man's body and goat's head thrust my head onto the altar and severed it with my own chopper. Slapping his book shut, the man leaned back onto the tree. I couldn't take it any longer and quit my duties as a priest to accept the life of a sadhu. My eyes wide, I listened. In every religion, he said, people interpret scripture and follow particular practices according to their own level of realization. For those who seek the essence, the path is selfless service and meditation on God. For attaining higher material enjoyment and reducing sins, increasing piety is recommended. But for those who crave material boons, there are varieties of practices, such as the sacrifice you observed. The Vedas are said to be like a desire tree, wherein we can find a path to fulfill whatever we seek. Kali is the merciful goddess of nature and is worshipped in different ways by different kinds of people. But despite all they do in her temple, the goddess Kali is a vegetarian. I gazed into the river's current. In the west, I reflected, millions of animals were slaughtered behind the scenes, invisible to the eyes of society. Here, at least, those eating meat witnessed the truth of what was required to provide for their diet. Up until this day, I had been thinking that examining many faiths would broaden my understanding and spirituality. But this incident gave me a deeper understanding that without a mature guide, apparent contradictions in every tradition could seriously bewilder me. As I walked along the bustling streets of Calcutta, my heart throbbed with anticipation for my next destination. Honking cars vied with one another for every inch of the road. Trucks revved and roared, blaring their horns. Hundreds of bicycles and motorbikes clamored together. Sweating and straining, barefoot men tugged rickshaws, taxiing whole families. Oxen huffed, dragging overloaded wagons. Dogs, cows, buffalo, and sheep roamed about, not stopping for anyone, while a swarm of pedestrians pushed and shoved amid it all. I arrived at the convent of Mother Teresa, a simple one-story building where a Catholic sister received me with a modest smile. "Welcome to the missionaries of charity," she said. "How may I serve you?" Joining my palms in respect, I appealed, "Is it possible that I may have the honor of meeting Mother Teresa?" "Follow me. We'll see if it's possible." She led me into a simple chapel. "This is our prayer room. Mother Teresa and the nuns perform worship here." I knelt down and offered a prayer. When I stood up, she led me out of the chapel and down a hallway. As we passed a dimly lit room, she exclaimed, "There is Mother Teresa performing her daily chores." I looked in and saw Mother Teresa scrubbing a large charred cooking pot with her own devoted hands. My heart melted. "Mother, My guide said, "This is Richard, an American sadhu. He would like to meet you." Mother Teresa greeted me with folded palms. "I pray to be forgiven for keeping you waiting, but may I first finish my service?" "Of course, Mother," I replied. The sister then led me into a small room, offered me a seat, and told me that Mother would come after washing the pots. In a few minutes, Mother Teresa entered the room and sat on a chair a few feet from mine. Although her aging form was shrunken and frail, I could feel her indomitable presence. Her face was furrowed with wrinkles from a life of austerity, yet her eyes twinkled with childlike innocence. Although activity swirled all around her, she still had time for this insignificant soul. From her tender voice emerged the words of her heart. She said, "The greatest problem in this world is hunger. Not hunger of the stomach, but hunger of the heart. All over the world, both rich and poor are suffering. They are lonely, starving for love." Her gaze opened my heart to her every word. Only God's love can satisfy the hunger of the heart. There is no other solution. She waved her hand in dismissal of her own work as meager. Feeding the stomachs of the poor is not so difficult. Feeding the starving hearts of humanity with God's love, that is the great challenge. You see, our hearts must be pure to give that love. Her dedication to the mission of Jesus Christ was like an ocean. Her every expression was like a wave in that ocean. She continued, "Poverty is not only lack of a piece of clothing, but a lack of human dignity and the beautiful virtue of purity. Poverty is a lack of respect for one another." Pressing her heart, she sighed, "When the impoverished people of Calcutta die in my arms, I see in their eyes a light of hope. I do not see this light in the eyes of many of the wealthy, powerful people of the West. Real wealth is in the hearts of those with faith in the love of God. The world is in desperate need of those who will give the poor-hearted this hope." Other visitors entered the room just then. One British woman asked Mother, "Why do you wash the pots? Is there not someone else who can do this?" Mother Teresa looked warmly on her interrogator. "Serving God and humanity is an honor, not a chore. Any type of service to God is a blessing. There is no high or low," she said. "But Mother," the woman's husband inquired, "where do you get your strength from?" Mother Teresa held up her rosary. Then she said something I had heard from many holy people from many traditions say, "All my strength comes from the Lord's holy names." She turned to me and spoke, "If you are humble, nothing will touch you, neither praise nor disgrace, because you know who you are. God is our witness. Never be disheartened by any failure as long as you have done your best." Her words penetrated deeply. Before departing, the British woman thanked Mother Teresa for her great work. "It is God's work," Mother Teresa replied. "I am only a tiny instrument." She then excused herself to scrub more pots. Mother Teresa was born in 1910 in Macedonia from an Albanian family. At 17, she dedicated her life as a nun and was soon after sent to Calcutta to serve as a school teacher and later principal at St. Mary's. But in 1948, a momentous event took place in her life. She heard her calling to serve the poor in the slums of Calcutta. In 1950, with only 12 assistants, Mother Teresa established the Missionaries of Charity. Over the years, her selfless service has attracted thousands to assist her in God's work. At my request, the sister brought me to the shelter for the sick and dying. I felt so helpless to do anything for them, but I did perform some simple service, sweeping and carrying utensils. Soon after, Mother Teresa appeared. Her presence lit up the dismal room of misery and death with hope and joy. As she held the hand of a woman ravished by disease, she smiled tenderly. The woman was transformed, her eyes illuminated with a joyful sparkle as she smiled back at Mother Teresa. The mother then went to each and every bed, not out of duty, but out of sincere affection. One emaciated man, coughing blood and rapidly declining, felt her hand upon his head. He looked up at her as if she were an angel who had come at his greatest hour of need. Bowing his head, he smiled. "God's love is with you," she spoke tenderly. "Remember him in gratitude." To a dying woman alone and rejected by her loved ones, Teresa offered comforting words. If you sincerely want to love God, you must learn to forgive. The burden of the woman's heart was lifted. Mother Teresa's love for God included all people as well. In her humble, unassuming manner, she gave the miracle of hope and joy to everyone she touched. Hindu, Muslim, Jew, or Christian, all were treated with equal affection. At one point, Mother turned to me and said, "I see my beloved Jesus in each of these poor souls. My Lord is mercifully accepting my love through them." "Mother," I said, feeling shy in her presence, "they see the love of Jesus in you." Mother Teresa beamed back at me. Isn't that a miracle of God's love? Chapter 8. After leaving Calcutta, I made the long journey west across the Indian subcontinent to Bombay, where Goenkaji was teaching another course. It took me 2.5 days to reach Bombay by train. On the train, I meditated on the picture of the blue boy playing the flute. Day by day, a special attraction grew toward him, and I wondered again when it would be revealed to me who this was. Once in Bombay studying with Goenka, I was again impressed with how he put his life into helping us to learn. When a teacher puts his or her life into the lesson like that, students can't help but be inspired to put their life into learning. After the 10-day course, I had an overwhelming urge to stretch my legs and take a long walk around the city. For several hours I walked with no particular direction. Suddenly, I found myself stuck at a red light in a crossroads of bustling traffic. As horns blared, a river of pedestrians flowed around me. There were men with suits, ties, and briefcases jumbled together with raggedly dressed street urchins and beggars, ladies in bright saris, hawkers peddling their wares, and elderly men dressed in traditional Gandhian attire. People with skin of dark brown, light tan, and those whose skin was bleached and splotched by white leprosy, all hustled in the traffic, along with several European tourists who wore jeans and miniskirts. Behind us were modern high-rises side by side with Victorian bungalows and shanty huts. As the sun shone brightly in a clear sky, I looked upward and took note of a huge billboard painted with bold red letters that advertised a spiritual festival at Cross Maidan. Cross Maidan is an expansive park in downtown Bombay. At the park, a gigantic pandal tent was erected. Entering, I found myself in a world of colors. Posters of Indian art hung from the red, green, and yellow striped walls of the tent. Swirls of smoke rose from pungent incense sticks. My eyes then scanned over a long table of books. Suddenly, I was captivated by the cover of one in particular. My heart leapt. The picture showed the beautiful boy holding a flute. Enticed, I whispered, "That's him. Yes, that's him." Not knowing who he was, I carried my picture of him all over India. Now that same person was again appearing before me. In bold red letters, the title of the book proclaimed itself, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I softly cried out, "Krishna! His name is Krishna." The long-awaited mystery was now revealed. Eager to learn more about him, I asked if I could look through the book. A Western monk with shaved head and white robe stood behind the table. Taken aback, he asked, "You speak English?" "Yes, I'm from America." I eagerly reached out for the book. "Really? You're not Indian? Are you a worshiper of Shiva?" He placed the book in my hands. I said, "I don't really know what I am, but I've lived with Shivites." "My name is Tushta," he said. "Here's a chapter I think you'll find interesting. It's about the relationship between Shiva and Krishna." I wondered why he was so surprised to learn that I was from America. I hadn't seen myself in a mirror for a long time and had not realized until now that with my brown eyes and relatively dark complexion, long matted hair, and river-stained robes, perhaps I had come to look just like an Indian mendicant. Embracing the book to my heart, I wandered to a quiet place, and as a man parched from thirst drinks from an oasis of cool water, I read the Krishna book. It began, "In the Western countries, when someone sees the cover of a book like Krishna, he immediately asks, 'Who is Krishna?'" It went on to explain that Krishna is the Supreme Lord, and that the name Krishna means all attractive. Because God possesses all wealth, power, fame, beauty, wisdom, and renunciation to an unlimited degree, he is all attractive. As I read, a young American woman draped in a yellow sari sat on the stage singing beautiful devotional songs. Her name, I would learn, was Yamuna Devi. Absorbed In both reading the Krishna book and listening to her soul-stirring song, I was overcome with emotion. As evening approached, the pandal filled to over 25,000 people. Eager to hear the speaker, I returned the book and sat in the rear corner of the massive crowd. On the stage, about 20 Western devotees chanted and danced. The shaven-headed men wearing the traditional robes of a sadhu, and the women wearing colorful saris. The whole crowd was anticipating the coming of the Guru. To everyone's deep satisfaction, he soon appeared on the stage. He was a regal man with shaven head and saffron robes, and his body glowed. He walked with the grace of a swan and gestured with the confidence of a king. Still, his demeanor was meek and humble, as if he were seeing God everywhere he looked. After welcoming the audience with joined palms, he sat on an elevated seat. At the far back of the crowd, I could barely see. I yearned to be closer, but felt ashamed to step in front of anyone else. Up on the stage, I could see one devotee moving from side to side, taking photos. The Guru called him over and spoke in his ear. The devotee then gazed into the massive crowd, looking from side to side until he spotted the person he was looking for. Again and again he signaled to someone in the multitude to come up onto the stage, but when nobody came, he finally descended into the crowd. Painstakingly, he tried to pass through the tens and thousands of people seated on the ground. To my surprise, he walked all the way to the rear and right up to me. Then with a calm smile, he announced, "Srila Prabhupada wants you to sit with him on stage." Stunned, I mumbled, "How does he know me?" He gave no reply, but simply took me by the hand and pulled me through the masses and onto the stage. There he presented me before the Guru, whose oceanic smile flooded me with joy. Srila Prabhupada looked so familiar, but I didn't know why. Sitting cross-legged with back erect, he was dressed in the neatly arranged saffron robes of a Swami. With a wave of his hand, he graciously motioned for me to sit near him, so I took my seat on the carpeted stage. In awe, I looked up at him. His large, gentle eyes briefly studied mine with a glance that touched my soul. His complexion was bronze, his nose wide and rounded, and his drooping ears were like the ears of Lord Buddha. From his recently shaved head, short white hairs had grown out on either side, and two vertical lines of yellow clay representing the yogic path of devotion adorned his forehead. Two deep creases sloped down from the sides of his nose to the corners of his full, sculpted lips. As the devotees jubilantly danced and sang, their robes clean and bright, I became aware of my own robes, tattered and stained by the mud of the rivers. Whereas the devotee men had freshly shaven heads and faces, I could not remember the last time I shaved my face, not to speak of cutting or even combing my hair. Having bathed in a river or muddy pond each day, I must have appeared filthy in their presence. While they sang and danced jubilantly, I sat in silence. Habituated to residing in secluded forests, now here I was on a stage with tens of thousands of people looking on. Feeling self-conscious and extremely out of place, I was about to flee, but then Srila Prabhupada cast such an assuring, affectionate smile upon me that I instantly felt right at home. Why had this man called me up to sit with him? Me, of all people. As I pondered this mystery, Srila Prabhupada picked up a pair of finger cymbals and began to tap them together, each of his fingers moving with meticulous grace as a steady rhythm rang out. In a deep, resonant voice, his body swaying gently, he began to chant, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I gasped. It was like a dream to hear him chanting the very same mantra I had heard from the song of Mother Ganges. How often had I chanted this mantra since that day in Rishikesh when the river had revealed it to me? A tingle shot up my spine, shivers rushed through my limbs, and my heart pounded like a kettle drum. Through tear-filled eyes, I gazed up at Srila Prabhupada, whose eyes were tightly shut, eyebrows tensed. His lips arched downward as the mantra poured out from them. The massive crowd sang in response. The devotees on stage played traditional drums, cymbals, and gongs as the tent resonated with the sound of the mantra. After the chanting, Srila Prabhupada cleared his throat and spoke into the microphone in a deep, resonant voice, explaining the meaning of the mantra. We are singing the Maha Mantra, or the great chanting for deliverance. He then described that the name Hare was an invocation for Radha, the divine energy or female counterpart of the Lord. It is she that is the origin and giver of the love of God. Krishna is the name of God that means he is all attractive. And the name Rama means the Lord who is the supreme enjoyer and bestows unending bliss to those who offer him their love. He went on to explain that transcendental sound vibration cleansed the heart of selfish desires and awakened our original, natural love for God, bringing about spiritual happiness. While chanting the Maha Mantra, Srila Prabhupada continued, we are praying to the Lord, please engage me in your loving service eternally. My mind flew back to the Himalayas and to that rock in Mother Ganges. I finally understood. These were the names of that beautiful blue boy playing the flute, the one who had appeared to me in the painting. And he was a form of God. All along, I had been chanting the mantra and meditating on the painting, having no clue of the connection. Now, Srila Prabhupada revealed very simply the sacred mysteries that I had been pondering for so long. My mind soared in amazement as I observed the adventures of my quest unfolding. Smiling, I redirected my attention to the words of Srila Prabhupada. He confidently explained how true religion was not the property of any sect, caste, or creed, but the nature of all living beings. Our nature, he said, is to love God, but this love has been forgotten since time immemorial. Such love of God must be unconditional to completely satisfy the self. We are spirit souls, he said, but in ignorance we identify this temporary body with the self. He went on to explain how the cause of all suffering was forgetfulness of our relationship with God, and how this consciousness could be easily awakened by the chanting of God's names. In a voice brimming with compassion, he pleaded with the audience to take this message seriously. This process, he said, which revives our dormant love of God, is called Bhakti Yoga. As Srila Prabhupada was speaking, I heard a voice within my heart proclaim, "This is your Guru." But my mind could not accept it. A battle ensued between my brain and my heart. There are many saints and gurus I have met in the past, and I will meet more in the future. I can't be hasty. This is the most important decision of my life. I must be sure before committing myself to any particular path. My mind won the battle, and still confused, I dismissed the idea that I was ready to choose a guru. After his lecture, as he was leaving, Srila Prabhupada stopped directly in front of me. Bustling crowds were gathered around us, and my mind was exploding with excitement. I spontaneously fell to my knees and extended my hand to touch his feet. A thunderous voice shouted, "No one touches Prabhupada's feet." Struck with shame, I retracted my hand. But Srila Prabhupada looked deeply into my eyes. I sensed that he could feel the pain of my shame and felt responsible for the cutting words of his disciple. I felt a wave of affection pouring out from him. Then, with a beaming smile, he gently spoke, "You may touch my feet." Feeling both relieved and honored, I placed the dust of his feet on my head. He rubbed my head affectionately and invited me to sit on the stage with him each morning and evening. His kindness left me speechless. The next morning after the lecture, I waited in line with hundreds of people to receive breakfast, a popular Indian sweet called halwa. Not having eaten in a day, I was hungry. Finally, after about an hour, I reached the front of the line where a leaf cup brimming over with fresh, hot halwa was placed into my hand. What a blessing! I could hardly wait. But out of the blue, my halwa was snatched away. What just happened? My adrenaline rushed and stomach burned in dismay as I turned around. There I saw the same devotee who had brought me onto the stage the night before with my halwa in his hand. His name was Gurudas. "You're not going to eat this, are you?" he asked. "I thought I would," I said, a little indignantly. Right before my eyes, he handed my long-awaited breakfast to someone else. Then, grasping my hand, he pulled me away. Moments later, I was seated behind the stage, where a calm American woman named Malati Devi put a plate in front of me. It was a feast with 12 varieties of sacred vegetarian food. Gurudas smiled. "This is better for your health. We just want to make you happy." Examining me, he boldly stated, "You're a devotee. Someday you will understand." Sitting beside me was an American devotee named Shyam Sundar, who struck up a friendly conversation. He was so easy to talk to, and I had a strange feeling that I knew this man. Suddenly it dawned on me that this was the monk I had encountered at the Cosmos Club in Amsterdam, the one who had ladled the fruit and yogurt into my hands, asking if I wanted spiritual food. When I reminded him about it, he laughed loudly saying, "Oh, that was you. Everyone else had a bowl. I'm sorry about that." As we talked, his wife Malati brought more and more sacred food until I begged her to stop. Meanwhile, their 4-year-old daughter, Saraswati, frolicked in and out of the backstage. Her striking blonde hair, sparkling blue eyes, and unabashed enthusiasm was a wonder to the Indian people. I drank in the scene, eagerly breaking my fast. It is said that a saintly person is so pure that he or she acts like a spotless mirror. When we come in the presence of such a mirror-like soul, we can see both the beauty and ugliness of our own inner life. Our faith and doubts, virtues and sins, strengths and weaknesses are revealed. It is both a joyful and painful experience, one that I had in the presence of Srila Prabhupada. One evening, as he lectured, the seriousness of his demeanor induced me to question my own sincerity. I thought, how genuine is my motivation? Am I taking responsibility for my own life and that of others? Why have I not yet found a particular path? Is it fear of commitment or frivolity? What uncertain future is this life leading me into? At the moment these thoughts were running through my head, from his high seat, in the presence of thousands of onlookers, Srila Prabhupada fixed his eyes into mine. Locked in his gaze, I felt the massive crowd blur into oblivion. It seemed that nobody existed except him and me. I could feel his eyes penetrating into the depths of my soul and silently speaking through my heart. I heard his voice. "Do not waste precious time. Krishna is waiting for you." I trembled in gratitude, but knew that I would soon leave. In my confusion, I felt it the honest thing to do. The experience of those days with him had been incredible, but my faith was still like an anchorless boat on a stormy sea. My fear of commitment and a stirring in my heart to see more and more places and meet more enlightened beings impelled me to move on. Yes, I thought, a deep conviction in both my intellect and heart must come before I can honestly accept a particular path or guru. I believed that God would eventually reveal my destiny. Overwhelmed by Srila Prabhupada's wisdom and compassion, I wanted to buy his Krishna book before leaving Bombay. I had no money, so to afford it, I took to the streets of Bombay to beg. But I was too shy to be a good beggar. Pained and intimidated, I tried, but couldn't raise enough. On the very last day of the festival, a disciple brought me before Srila Prabhupada. He stood in the sunshine outside the tent. His head was slightly tilted upward, his back straight, and both his hands gripped the handle of his wooden cane, which he touched to the ground between his feet. His large eyes gazed into mine, and his downward slanting lips highlighted his grave demeanor. "Yes?" he asked. The disciple said, "This boy wants your book so badly, he's been begging in the streets with the hope to buy it." Srila Prabhupada was so touched that with his own hands, He gave me a copy of the book. His eyes flooded with kindness, and he patted my head and softly said, "Thank you very much." "Thank you very much," my heart echoed. I bowed my head in reverence.